And then Rockstar made the point yesterday. I saw Rockstar, a rare appearance on Twitter for him, that the Vikings don't hit the horn enough, Rockstar.
No, like they do it for like a second round, second down, had a 4-yard run.
Yeah, second 8. Let's hit the horn.
And you can hear it too.
Oh, it is so loud. That seems like a great environment. I would like to go to a football game there. A friend of mine took his son up there, and he told me it's an incredible environment. But, buddy, they hammer that horn. Rockstar's right about that. And the whole skull thing, the cheer, I know you love it. You love stuff like that. It's very soccer.
I do.
Yeah.
I love that. Love that.
I mean, it's a great atmosphere, Rockstar, but that horn is a lot. I don't disagree with you. Yeah. Every other play.
I've checked out.
I noticed that. Dunaway thinks he ought to get a break right now.
No. See, we're going to figure out what we're going to talk about in the final segment during this commercial break, but now we didn't take a...
Just think, in your head, you're blessed with extra content for the listeners.
I know.
What's on your mind?
JJ in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, as a Michigan fan watching us blow it against TCU, having to hear, Whopper, Whopper, Chicken Whopper, after McCarthy throws 2 pick sixes, made me want to jump off the Vulcan.
It'd be a hard hit, man.
Whopper, Whopper, Chicken Whopper. I do hate it when your team is playing bad and commercials suck too. Trust me, as a Dolphins fan, I've lived that life often. You're playing bad and a commercial you hate comes on.
One more, folks, to tell you about our friends at New York Butcher Shop, and I got one more scoop for you of condescension. It will come from our buddy Stetson Bennett. Tell us about our friends at New York.
Stats.
A scoop of Stetson condescension.
New York Butcher Shop, all the great the Duroc pork chops, the great steaks. They've got the Wagyu beef. It is a great place. Hamburgers, side dishes, all of that at New York Butcher Shop. It is our butcher shop on our show. Jim and the great people in New York Butcher Shop have been keeping my grill filled for a very, very long time. You can find them in 2 great locations, Cahaba Heights and just off 119 in the 280 Greystone area. It is New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
Georgia celebrated their 2nd national championship, both under Stetson Bennett. Here is Stetson getting asked a question. I believe that's DJ Shockley, former Georgia great, up there asking, handling the podium for the Georgia Dogs.
But when you look back on your career, you look back on this journey, what would be the thing you'd be most proud of as a dog?
The thing I'm going to be most proud of, look at him. Man, y'all burn us. Y'all burn us. Y'all kept telling us how bad we were, and y'all couldn't understand it, and, and we kept winning, and we kept embarrassing people, but y'all had other storylines, and it was 49-3, and it was, 65-7. It was everything, and y'all didn't want to believe it because you didn't. That makes no sense to me. Hey, but screw it. We got 2 rings, man.
I mean, Kirby somehow sold that team on the fact that nobody believed in them.
Yep.
One of the players with our friend Maria Martin in Atlanta was like, they predicted us to go 7-5, and here I'm like, who predicted Georgia 7-5? Georgia Tech and Auburn fans who hate you didn't even do that.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe 2 losses.
I mean, I can remember you, Jimmy Dunaway, Jimmy Bama, in the preseason saying, guys, look at that schedule. There is not a loss on that schedule.
12-0. Yeah, won a stake off of a 12-0 regular season.
I don't know how Kirby sold that team on that, but they did.
Yeah. I think Kirby has some people faking some radio and news broadcasts and clipping it up and playing it in the building. Look what they said on channel whatever.
All the Onions talking some mad shit about you guys.
Yeah, you guys. This Stetson can't even field a team.
Babylon B says you guys won't win again.
Yeah. All right, so that's it for us today. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. If you want to go join us on our new YouTube section, in about 15-20 minutes, we'll do some live Madden games from some great personnel up here. I don't know who's playing the first game, but it will be a display of Madden greatness, I'm sure. That's all coming up over on Next Round Gaming. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live now on a Tuesday. My football team actually looked older than me last night on the football field. We'll talk about the Buccaneers and the Cowboys. The quarterback and I are virtually the same age, but the team looked old. We got basketball to talk about, tied in Nashville. We grossly made a mistake about Alabama basketball yesterday.
Grossly?
It was a grossly mistake. We will talk about that. I agree, Daniel. The Bucs are in shambles. The only Buccaneers that played worse than my actual Buccaneers was my Madden Buccaneers yesterday. It was just a bad day for me, football-wise, totally.
Did Tom Brady look older on Madden or on the game last night?
The only guy on the Buccaneers that was trying to win the game was the Cowboys kicker.
That's right.
That poor guy.
That was awful.
It was like he was trying to avoid Tyler blocking his kick.
I know. You got to cut him, don't you? You can't take him to San Francisco.
It's a big topic later in the show.
Big topic later in the show.
But I want to know, you guys, I come in with these dates all the time, these anniversaries, these alerts, these birthdays and stuff.
Was that the bing I heard in the office a minute ago?
No, this one always pops up at 9 o'clock, Brown. I had two alerts. One,
Showtime. Rockstar, why are you putting a hood on? Are you cold in there?
It is soaking wet. I have to wring it out. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. Brown will break a conversation if you're doing anything behind the glass.
Like this.
I don't even know why I show up anymore. I'm doing my own show. I'm breaking conversation.
Brown will let you know the rundown of what's coming up in the chat room a little bit later on. But it's a big day on this January 18th. Does anybody remember this date?
All right, let me think for a second. Showtime, and today is the 17th, by the way. So do we need to hold this for tomorrow?
Oh, that's right. I'd set things the day. My alerts are one day early,
Okay, so
I
tell me
don't
what's
forget
going to be big tomorrow.
What is big tomorrow?
January 18th. Rockstar, does that day ring a bell for you at all?
No.
I mean, like our big days up here are June 16th, 2021. That was the last time we were ever on radio. Mm-hmm. And August 16th, 2021 was the day we launched this show. So those are really the only big days up here.
I'll give you guys a few seconds in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room if you can guess what January 18th is special day.
I got nothing, Rockstar.
I've got...
Do you think you know it? You're laughing like you do.
Laughing if it's a Lance thing where it's like, it's this show number 600?
No.
For Lance show 1023.
We will talk NFL football here and get into all of that first, and then halfway through the segment, I will let you know. But I'll give you
unveil.
NH3452. The field goal was playing better defense than Tampa Bay was. Sorry, Jim, about that. Hey, absolutely. I take it. I am a Buccaneer fan. 8-10. It was not a good year. We were a playoff team because the NFC South sucked. But sometimes you get sucky division, make the playoff, and you get great effort from that team.
Yeah.
That was not the case last night. And the Cowboys, listen, we could sit here and talk about how old Brady looked, how old the entire Buccaneer team looked. Evans looked old. Godwin looked beat up as he was throwing his guts out there trying to do something. The Buccaneer offensive line looked old. The defensive line looked they looked slow and old.
No, everything about it looked bad.
Slow and old. But can I make a case also that you get lost in all the bad Brady stuff, all the bad Buccaneer stuff, and lose the fact that I personally also thought the Cowboys played an A-plus game. I thought their defense, I don't know if their defense was really that fast or it's because the Bucs were so slow, but absolutely just a fantastic performance from Dak Prescott, who I thought was his best playoff or pro football game I've ever seen him play. And I thought the Cowboys looked really, really well coached, and they looked good. Very big positive for the Cowboys.
No, there's no doubt. And, if you watch them, and I brought this up a lot, I watched that final regular season game against the Commanders in the afternoon slate, and they were awful. I mean, because I cannot remember who was the analyst on the game. Maybe it was Greg Olson. Kept saying now they've got themselves in a position where they've got to keep their offense out there to get at least a good drive under their belt. You want to go in the postseason with some sort of positive vibes. You cannot go in the postseason with what they've put out there today. That was what they kept saying, and Dallas never could do that. They had one drive at the end of the half, and that was it. They looked awful, and that worried me about them. Now, that game, you had to remember there was nothing to play for, really for either side. Well, Dallas had a little bit on the line. Anyway, that worried me about them. They were the exact opposite of that yesterday. They were phenomenal. You mentioned coaching, and I know Mike McCarthy gets beat up. That was a terrific offensive performance by them, but the best coaching job of the entire night had to be Dan Quinn. This guy has been a head coach and was fired by the Falcons, but he did take them to the Super Bowl. He's going to have to be a head coach again soon. I mean, his stock, other than when he had Atlanta in the Super Bowl, that was his all-time high stock. This might be his second all-time high.
I see what you're saying. It was a
good.
great defensive plan last night. I mean, not just skill set with Tom Brady, but he fooled him on a couple of schemes. I mean, to fool Tom Brady's mind, not his body, but to fool his mind with as many games as he's played and his quick recognition. There were a couple of schemes that fooled Tom Brady's mind last night, so you're 100% exactly right on that.
Yeah, Dan Quinn was terrific. That defense, they were all over Brady. Your line couldn't block them. And when you see Brady throw balls that get batted down by linebackers, you know he's been fooled. He doesn't make that mistake.
That's right.
There was that one, and I'm not going to remember exactly when the play was, but he's trying to get it, I think, to Cameron Brate, and the linebacker hits it, and there's a safety coming over that might pick it. I mean, Brady was completely confused.
Confused all night long, and I hate to say this because, you know, and this gets into the discussion of Brady a little bit. The show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. I mean, just a wonderful guy, Greg from Pell City. I was expecting a text from him some point last night saying, you know, sorry about your Buccaneers,
Sorry
Jim.
about the Bucs, Jim.
Sorry about the Buccaneers. But Storm Restoration Roofing, just a great guy, Greg from Pell City. He wants to help you out and get your roof inspected. If you haven't had it inspected, you know, after some of these recent storms, you know, maybe you're in the Maline, Alabaster area, and maybe you don't technically have roof damage, but maybe something happened up there that you haven't noticed yet. It's a great time to get a free, no-cost roof inspection from my buddy Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing. A couple of ways to contact him. One way to do it is simply go to Facebook. Most of you have a Facebook page. You just go look for Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can hook up with him there, or you can call his cell number. This is his cell number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, like I said. His Storm Restoration Roofing. He has a lot of free services he'll do for active military reservists and veterans, like pipe jack boots, flashing gutters, and a lot more. But also remember that free roof inspection, or if you did have storm damage, he's local. He's at multiple local crews. He can take care of you. Trusted guy, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. All right, I hate to say this about Tom Brady. You know, but
everybody's piling on today. I don't think you can make it worse.
They are, but he looked like he was scared of contact last night. He was afraid to stand in the pocket and take a hit. And I know he's 45, but if you're signing up to play an NFL quarterback position, you know, you've got to stand out there in a big game and take a hit. And he was backpedaling or, you know, throwing quick, throwing into the ground 7 yards in front of a receiver. It was just a bad look. The only word I can come up with is, and I'm not even sure I'm using this word right, so Brown, help me. You're the guy with the vocabulary on the show.
I'm the thesaurus.
Yeah. Feeble. Is feeble a good word?
You're using that absolutely correctly. He did look feeble last night.
Is that an old,
it's
almost
old and frail,
yeah, afraid to be broken, feeble.
He was very feeble. Couldn't get around, didn't want to run, didn't want to get hit.
I mean, he just looked feeble last night, and the whole team looked old. And so that gets you, you know, and shame on us, but that's just who we are instantly, because, you know, he is who he is, 7 Super Bowl championships. Everybody wants to know what's next for Brady.
Well, I
right?
think, yeah.
And if you're a Cowboy fan, after the post game, the last thing you wanted to do was talk about what's next for Brady. Was it their first road playoff win since Troy was a quarterback?
No,
is that what they kept showing me last night?
That can't be true. Since Aikman was the quarterback, they won a Super Bowl since Aikman was the quarterback, right?
Yeah, but were all those games at home?
Or no, was Aikman still the quarterback when Switzer won the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Lunsford, will you?
There's no way that's true.
Lunsford, will you look it up while Brown has a conversation with me here? I mean, I really believe.
I'm so tired of this shtick, by the way.
I saw a clip last night that it was their first road win since the Super Bowl year. Lunsford says first since 1992, January of 92 season.
That's impossible.
Yeah, they showed the clip. Van Pelt showed the clip of Troy Aikman beating Steve Young in San Francisco, and that was the Cowboys' last
Road playoff win.
win.
That is impossible to believe. I mean, I believe, I know Miami hasn't won a playoff game in a very long time, but I've seen that.
1993 NFC Championship.
The Cowboys are such a proud franchise. That is so hard to believe.
Yeah.
I never realized that. Now, the one where Romo fumbled the extra point, that was in Seattle, and they were obviously in.
They obviously didn't win.
They obviously didn't win, but
Yeah.
they had a shot there. But man, that is crazy to think about.
Yeah, I mean that's a lifetime ago, Brown.
Yeah. The ball. Hey, so what about the? I'm going to start thinking about these. What about the one where Dez caught the controversial pass in Green Bay? That they lost that game.
Yeah, they lost that game because remember it was ruled not a catch.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He didn't catch the controversial
they
pass.
did catch it,
But they ruled he
didn't catch it.
Yeah. So they kind of got screwed on that one a little bit. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So
All
it
right,
was.
continue.
It was a.
I'll accept it.
Yeah. So it's been that long, and if I'm a Cowboys fan, that's all I want to do. I want to celebrate. Man, we got a chance to go beat San Francisco, get into the NFC Championship. Maybe this is the team that finally gets us back to the Super Bowl. And all you want to talk about is Brady.
Wow.
And there will be time for that. I mean, he's not going to rush this decision. We've got a poll question up, the Cowan Equipment poll question of where is Tom Brady next year? Is he the Bucs quarterback? I don't think he is. Is he the Raiders quarterback? Maybe. Who is Ryan Clark made a good case for that afterwards. He needs to go somewhere with a great offensive line, a great tight end, and a great receiver, and a coach he's familiar with. The Raiders check all those boxes, right? There is also the Fox broadcast booth is waiting on him.
Well, I mean, that's reportedly.
Yeah, right. Or he could just retire.
But there have also been reports that he has no intention of doing that. That
he'll never be a broadcaster.
Yeah, I mean,
I just
listen,
don't know
I don't know how well people know Tom Brady, and
he seems like a boring broadcaster.
I don't know that he'd be that good.
Yeah,
but did you think Troy would be this good?
I don't know, but he's so damn good.
No, Troy's fantastic, and that's my point. I didn't. When you watch Troy Aikman in his career, it didn't scream, "Hey, this guy's going to be the best of the best" as far as an analyst goes.
Yeah, just so comforting listening
No,
to
I
him
agree
and Buck.
And Romo has gotten so much worse, by the way.
He has. He was good, and he's gone downhill.
He's on a decline.
And Greg Olsen doesn't bother me as much as it bothers so many of you in the chat room.
I don't know what people have against Olsen and that whole crew, Burkhart and Olsen. I mean, it's their first year together. I would say give them some time.
Yeah,
but
Aaron and Rinaldi on the sidelines gives me a little college football field. I like that crew.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100% on that one, Dunaway. I don't hate that crew at all.
So I'm not looking forward to Brady. I'm not looking forward to McVay if he ever ends up in the broadcast booth. I don't want any of those guys. None of those guys in the broadcast booth. Brady doesn't. I mean, maybe he ends up being great. I'd kill for Peyton Manning. To be in a non-Manning cast setting, to be a real broadcaster.
He was so good last night. Did you see his reaction when Meyer missed the third?
Yeah, no, I didn't turn over there at all.
He is. They're doing the two shot with the game where he and Eli are just sitting there, and as soon as he misses the extra point, typically Eli's like, I don't think I've ever seen this happen in my life, Peyton. And Peyton gets up and walks out of the shot.
Right.
So then they have to go to the full shot of Peyton, and he's just standing there with his hands over his head. He goes, why are they still kicking?
Yeah.
I mean, he's so frustrated.
I mean, because he's a pro kicker. Eventually, you think he's gonna make one, right? He's a pro kicker. He can't miss three. What was the Alabama game where it was Lee Tiffin? They kept rolling Lee Tiffin out at Arkansas, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I remember saying you and I were doing, I think, AM radio back then, right? That was the Mike Shula years. You were at the game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And I remember saying, why are you settling for a field goal at the end? John Parker Wilson is the best player on the field.
Right.
And you take the ball, or best player you've got on the field, you take the ball out of his hands and depend on a kicker who's missed like 3 in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point you're like, hey, you're a great kicker. We're going to need you later this year. It ain't your day.
Same way down at the Iron Bowl that year with Nick Saban.
Yeah, where he kept playing for field goals.
Yeah, and I was like,
kick six eventually.
I was like, eventually. Look at this, Morton Anderson last night. Good pull for us. Are the Cowboys hiring?
I mean,
they may.
Can it get much worse?
They may. I mean, that reaction exactly. Why are they still kicking? Even Dak said it. Let's go for 2. He used other words.
Yeah.
But on the Brady thing, it's going to be a long wait, man. It's going to be a long wait. Listen to him. Here's a post game. Rockstar, give me cut 4. He says this at the end. There's no way he says this and comes back to Tampa Bay.
Oh,
right?
Wait a minute. So you say this is Tom Brady essentially announcing he's going from Tampa Bay?
Right. I mean, he's not going to say it. He's going to wait. But I mean, this is the way. Somebody asked a question and he doesn't really answer the question, and this is the way he ends his news conference last night at Tampa Bay.
It just feels like the end of the season. So I just want to say thank you guys for everything this year. I really appreciate all your effort, and I know it's hard for you guys too. It's hard for us players to make it through, and you guys got a tough job, and I appreciate all that you guys do to cover us and everyone who watches and is a big fan of the sport. We're very grateful for everyone's support, and hopefully, I love this organization. It's a great place to be, and thank you everybody for welcoming me, all you regulars, and just very grateful for the respect, and I hope I gave the same thing back to you guys. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The thing that jumps out there, I mean, it's very kind of him to do that, first of all. But the thing that jumps out is it seemed like in the middle he was about to say, hopefully I'll be back here next year, and he stopped himself.
Oh, he did. He did.
You thought the same thing.
He complimented. I never thought he was going to come back. I thought it was him saying, listen, you guys have been so nice to me. You've not counted me every day about our divorce. You gave me and my wife time when we first got here to settle into Tampa. You let me and Gronk do Gronk things. You let me move around the city without having paparazzi change. Yeah, the cameras chasing us to dinner. I thought it was his way of saying, man, thank you guys for 3 great years. We'll see you later.
Yeah, I mean, as NH3425 says, that's either a retirement speech or a retirement from Tampa speech.
Yeah, I'm not in Tampa.
Yeah, he's not going to be in Tampa.
So as you go vote on the Cowan Equipment poll question, I think you can mark off Tampa's quarterback next year.
That should be the lowest choice, yes.
And listen, I'm okay with that. I'm ready for a whole rebuild. If we've got parts people want, let's trade them off and let's turn the page. 2020 was a great year, and you don't want to waller in that too much. Cowan Equipment brings us our poll question.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the Cowan rental fleet. It is for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
So more about the Cowboys coming up later on, a couple of different spots in the show. We'll celebrate the Cowboys and look ahead to the championship series coming up this weekend. Remember, Saturday is Jacksonville, Kansas City at 3:30 on NBC. Then the Giants and Eagles at 7:15 on Fox. Sunday, Bengals and Bills at 2 on CBS. And then 5:30 on Fox, it's the Cowboys and the 49ers, which will wake up a lot of memories for if you're Brown's age.
Yep.
That sort of is the uniform. That's sort of the NFC. Those are 2 GOAT teams back then.
I told you, Jim, I'm not pulling against your Buccaneers. And I promise you I wasn't. I didn't really care. I'm not pulling against your Buccaneers. I've never really cared for the Cowboys, to be honest with you. But Cowboys at 49ers, Giants at Eagles feels very much like I'm growing up again.
Yeah, 100%.
Getting those in the playoffs, those matchups in the playoffs feels very much like I'm back in the late 80s, early 90s. And I'm a kid again. That NFC side, as good as the AFC is, the NFC side feels very, very comfortable to me.
And I will say this here publicly without having a team left in the fight, and that officially eliminates everybody from the show, right? I was the last man standing of pro teams.
I believe that is correct, yes.
Yeah. So I think I can say this, we're very open here on the show. We attack this with, we cheer. We're fans.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah,
we're fans.
We'll tell you where we're fans.
Yeah.
I mean, you know where we're fans.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I hope the winner of the Dallas 49ers game goes on to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, so you're pulling for either Dallas or 49ers.
Yeah, and
okay.
I understand what that means if Dallas wins the Super Bowl. I understand how much you get from Cowboys fans.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the reason Steelers and Cowboys fan when I was a little bitty boy in Alabaster is why I'm a Buccaneers fan.
That's right.
Because Cowboys fans can give it to you, man. They can be a little too much to handle. But it is a great franchise. It is a great fan base. And the early 90s is a long time ago. It would be nice. I'm not giving you the old term I hate. The NFL is better when the Cowboys are good.
No, that's not even true. Yeah.
It's not even true.
Yeah, no.
But it does. It would be okay with me if this Cowboys team wins it all. And for some reason, I like Dak Prescott. I don't know what it is.
I don't
like
dislike Dak at all. I think Dak's a likable guy. I mean, he played in the SEC. He's got he's kind of embraced his backstory.
Yeah.
His growing up and his family. I don't have any problem at all with Dak Prescott.
Yeah. So I'm okay if the Cowboys win this whole thing now.
Well, I got a question for you about that.
Okay.
I mean, you want it right now?
No. We can bring it up later if you want to.
Okay.
We're here together 4 hours.
We are, Jim.
Yeah, live today.
Always
live
together.
Today.
Always together. Let's hold hands.
Yeah, Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Oh, my God.
Great moment last night on the SVP
That's
show.
GIF-worthy. So that's GIF-worthy.
I'm a huge that is.
It'll be one. Don't worry.
I'm a huge broadcasting geek. Right, I've wanted to do that since I was 11 years old. I love SVP and the way he attacks everything because it's much the way we do the show. Like if I need to turn to a camera and we don't get it right, or Brown stumbles on a read, or usually me, we laugh about it, right?
Absolutely. There are plenty of mistakes here.
So SVP last night, they just flat out, SVP brings it up. I can't believe, Troy's the one that said it. He was talking to Troy and Buck in the double box. And Troy goes, I'm just glad you two are talking and buried
Troy
the hatchet.
He poured fuel on the fire.
And the internet had gone crazy because Joe had given SVP a short answer about some question a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, well, it went back to you're only going to ask me one question. I come do this, and you're going to ask me one question, and then
because Troy gets a lot more of the questions.
That's right. Yeah, because
he
he's
played
the
game.
analyst. Yeah, and SVP made a joke about him having private jet money or something like that, and a lot of people thought there was some animosity there.
Yeah. So they joked about
much
that.
like they do with you and I.
Yeah, they joked about that last night, and I loved that they were joking about it.
Yeah.
Because after asking Aikman 5 questions, he finally turned to Joe and said, "So Joe, you usually work the rest of these games, so you're done? You should put up your feet and watch the games?" And he goes, "Yeah, blah blah blah. It was a great year, first year at ESPN. I mean, he's got private jet money, and now he doesn't have to work anymore. So, and I don't. Is there a plan for him to do baseball now?" Or is he
for ESPN?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so he's just taking his $14 million or whatever it is, and taking his beautiful wife and going to be at the beach.
Good for him, right?
Good for him.
Good gig if you can get it.
Good for him.
I did SVP. What game was it? I'm trying to Dunaway remember the game the other night. It might have been coming out of the Jags game.
Saturday night.
His IFB wasn't working. Were you watching?
Yeah, I know.
And so they keep feeding him highlights. And for those that don't know, most of the time when you've got highlights of games that are over, you got a shot sheet, right? So I know, he's not watching that knowing every player. He knows the way the highlights are edited. But then there are times where a game finishes while you're on the show, and they're just going to have to feed it to you in your IFB.
As Forrester would tell you, it happens a lot on Friday night high school football.
Yeah, the game's over, and we can't get you a shot sheet. We've got these highlights edited.
Yep.
We're just going to feed you, okay, Scott, coming up next, Rudy Gobert is taking it to the basket. And it takes a very talented person to do that while they're feeding him those
and I would always
highlights.
tell them, just tell me the name.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what they're doing.
Yeah, I can figure that out.
I'll watch that.
Just give me the name. Yeah.
All right. Ryan Brown.
Ryan Brown.
Rudy Gobert.
Yeah. So that's what is happening. So at one point, Scott Van Pelt's like, hey, guys, my IFB is not working. So if you want me to know what's going on here, we're going to have to fix that. Well, then he continues the show because he's a pro. But then he gets to one of those highlights where they're supposed to be feeding him. The highlights are just playing it. He's got no clue.
But he just has fun with it.
Yeah,
right?
he just has fun with it. He finally said, hey, if you all want me to know what's going on to these highlights, we're going to have to fix this IFB because I've got no earthly idea. So, but then the highlights, and he's like, I'm watching these highlights. This is a really confusing ending. How did they? And later on, he came back and said, I know you guys are just as confused by the Jazz ending as I was. Yeah. We're going to go back to those highlights. Yeah. It was really well. I mean, he was just honest about it. Yeah.
That's why I love it. All right, January 18th. You guys ready? Anybody? Did you see any guesses?
A lot of people were guessing it was our first show together among the four of us. I thought we started later than the 18th.
Nope, that is the correct answer.
Really?
January 18th was the first date of the round table. That was the round table anniversary.
So January 18th, 2010 was the start of the four of us full time together.
Okay, so the blend was in what's it called?
The blend was in Pasadena, but Brian Straw was still there with us.
So it was like a week or two after that?
Yeah. So
I thought it was longer, didn't you?
No, it wasn't that long. It was termination very quickly.
So basically, he had to work out his 2 weeks.
Yeah, he came back, and then we started January 18th. That was always our celebrated anniversary.
And a very fun dinner between all of us.
At the old Petrocelli's, right? Is that the one you're talking about?
It was in Brookwood. at Casino.
At Casino
to
Superior?
talk about, like, hey, how are we going to do this show? Well, we don't like this, but we don't like this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
no,
just see how it
that
works.
was.
I thought that was the day before, like the Sunday before the first show.
I don't think it was a
I don't
Sunday.
remember us even really doing that.
No, I remember that. That was when I think they were still trying to convince us this is going to work.
Is that when I said, okay, no, name the stripper?
Yep, that was mentioned.
And then Lance came back, okay, but no Bible verses, and it was just.
I mean, it was a rough first. For me, at least, it was a rough
first few months were rough as a cop.
Oh, I think it was only 2 weeks.
I think you're incorrect.
Dunaway
about
says
that.
it was only 2 weeks.
Yeah, I thought it was only 2 weeks.
No, Jim.
I mean, we still have bad shows now, but only 2 weeks. I thought it was only 2 weeks we were rough. I thought we found our legs about week 3.
Ooh, okay.
I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I think you didn't sign your contract for about 2 months.
Oh boy.
No, I think that's true.
Pitt was at a
I was negotiating.
I don't think so.
That was negotiation. Remember, I was Lamar Jackson back then. I was representing myself. That was before I had.
That's true. That's before we had agents.
That was before I had the great agency.
That was our next contract where we had agents.
So January 18th, 2010. So tomorrow back in 2010. So what would that make?
I'm glad Lance will be here for that tomorrow.
Yeah.
So 13 years together tomorrow.
13 years together.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And most people didn't think it'd last 13 days, much less 13 years.
Yeah. And I think we've been saying 13 years for a long time.
What do you mean?
I think we've been saying that like we've already done 13 years, but really we haven't. So here we are.
This is tomorrow will be the start of our 14th year.
Start of our 14th year.
I don't think
together.
we've been saying 13 years, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. So tomorrow starts 14. LT still in Nashville. He is back tomorrow here on the show. I had a friend that passed away, and he was up there with those services and helping the family. Remember a person, one of his longtime college buddies and friends. So he's back with us tomorrow. We will be back as well with live shows the rest of the week as we settle in now to a normal routine. We were here yesterday. If you missed us, you can go back and watch that show. Remember to like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. When we come back, we will get into basketball tonight and what happened last night. Some crazy stuff going on.
Is that our egregious error? Are you going to bring that up?
I will start off
Okay,
the
well,
next
our
segment with
egregious
our what was the word I used?
Egregious. I don't know. I've used egregious.
I thought it was gross. I thought I used a grossly error.
Grossly overstated something or something like that.
Yeah. Michelson Laser Vision in our look ahead here. Clay Travis at 10 o'clock. Justin Hokanson at 10:25, all these times Central. And then the first of a series of appearances as part of the Double Down Media Next Round family, Dan Orlovsky joins us later on, scheduled to be with us at 11:45. We may maneuver that throughout the day, so keep tuned in and alert. We'll talk to Orlovsky throughout the rest of the playoffs. All that's coming up, brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
A good look ahead there, and if you need to look ahead to LASIK surgery, Michelson Laser Vision can help you. It may get your vision back to 2020 fighter pilot vision like it did Lance. 969-8100. Amy is the person you'll talk to there. Tell Amy, I want Lance's vision. I heard him talking about it on the next round. I got to get Lance's vision. MichelsonLaserVision.com can do that for you. Dr. Mark and Jennifer Michelson, father-daughter duo there. They are pioneers in this field, and they can do it for you as well. 969-8100, 969-8100, or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on The Next Round. Before Brownie tells us about Dr. B and LT's hair, two interesting facts that will blow your mind, whether you're watching, listening, or even in the other room through the big glass over there with the fun people, Tyler, the intern, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester. Two stats that'll blow your mind. One, David writes in, before last night's game, Brady and the Cowboys had won exactly the same number of playoff games.
It was incredible. I saw that stat. And
wow.
Again,
the Cowboys
you're
played
talking
a lot.
about the Cowboys.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Now,
that
an
is crazy.
expanded playoffs has helped that a little bit,
Yeah.
but still.
But now the Cowboys are one ahead of Brady.
Yeah.
We'll see if Brady ever catches up.
I'm going to say the Cowboys are going to keep that lead.
Probably will keep that lead right there. The other stat comes off the January 18, 2010, first time that Rockstar, LT, Brownie, and me ever did a show. I just walked to the lobby. Our 10th employee, Taylor Korn, informed me that day, back then, she was 10 years old.
How about that?
It makes sense.
10 years old.
I bet she was listening, right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, like if back then, if her dad had brought her to the studio, she'd be one of those little girls that we'd pose for a picture and say,
give her a T-shirt.
hey, we've got a little T-shirt for you. Yeah.
How about that?
Now she's running our social media.
That's right. It's time flies, right, when you're having fun.
She was freaking 10.
I did just make the observation that our show is finally a teenager, which means our teenage humor is finally appropriate.
Or also our voice is changing.
Yeah. Mine's cracked forever, don't worry.
I've been talking like this for a while.
Now you sound more you sound more like your guy asking questions at
What in the hell are y'all doing on offense on fourth down?
How long is the round table?
We got bad acne.
Landmine Believer in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, which hours did we prefer working?
Oh, let's make that a poll question. No, that's not a poll question.
No, I think we can answer that. He says, y'all were mostly 10 to 2. Y'all did Feinbaum hours when he said when he went to ESPN. There's a little more to that story than that.
Yeah.
And y'all did 6 to 10 after the opening drive. There's zero doubt for me it's 10 to 2.
10 to 2.
Zero doubt.
100%.
I don't even have to think about it.
I think the worst was a 2 to 6 for me.
I agree completely. Now, Lance would say the worst was 6 to 10.
Yeah, the worst was 2 to 6.
Yeah, I hated afternoons.
Yeah.
I hated
and
it.
I thought I would love it.
No, you have all that morning. You have all morning, and then you come home in the dark.
I hated it. Yep.
That's exactly what I did. I ended up doing show notes all day long.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I couldn't get away because I remember I would run.
Yeah.
Shocking. I would go run and I would call Brown either during my run or after my run from down on the track. No, I would. I'd be like, hey, you think we need to do this? Or, he would text me that something's breaking. And I'm like,
we'll talk about it in 4 hours.
It's just always,
Yeah.
you had to do work all day long.
Yeah, I hated every bit of it. And I'll tell you where I really started hating it is I can't remember how long ago. It had been like 2 weeks. and I was missing. My oldest daughter was younger, obviously much younger then. I was missing an event, and I'm like, this is going to be the rest of my life if we stay here. I'm going to constantly be missing kids' events, and I don't want to do that. I mean, I hated it from day one.
Listen, I didn't love 6 to 10.
No.
But to me, the ideal time would be 8 to 12. 8 to 12 for me.
8 a.m. to noon?
Yeah, that would be ideal.
What about 9 to 1?
Yeah, would you like 9 to 1 by chance?
Can I interest you in 9 to 1? Is where we settled in on this.
That's
was
right,
9 to 1. I think we said, hey, we can do this anytime we want to. There was a discussion at one point about us. Were you in that conversation one time? Maybe it was just me and Lance. That maybe sometimes we just do the show like 9 to midnight or 8 to midnight and replay it the next morning.
I hate that idea.
Yeah, on some trips or something.
I know. I do remember Lance having that idea.
Yeah.
And I remember blowing about 50 holes in it, and everybody's like, all right, so we still doing it? I'm like, well, no, I think I just explained why we can't.
But see, he thinks of that, and then what would Lance want to be doing 8 to midnight? Instead of doing a show.
He wouldn't want to be coming up here.
He wouldn't want to be doing a show.
No, it was a terrible idea.
The thing I liked about 6 to 10 in the morning was that, my goodness, when you were done, once you got up and got going, once you were done.
That was the only benefit.
You had all day.
Yep.
You had all day.
Yep.
Like at 10 o'clock, we were done.
It's the exact opposite of the 2 to 6 conundrum.
Right.
Like Pritch Law, he's an attorney, obviously. Law's in his name. He says, I hate courts that are in the afternoon.
Pritch Law's an attorney. He's so aggressive in the chat room.
Well, attorneys are aggressive. I don't know if you know that. I hate city courts that start at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, day killers. And he's absolutely right about that. That's the thing I hated about the afternoon is, it ate up your whole day. And look, I mean, what we do for a living is nothing compared to most of you. So I get that. But
it sucks that you spend like the majority of your morning anticipating going to work.
I know. And then when you're done, like you said, for half the year it was dark. You went home in the dark.
Yeah. And then it was okay during football season, it seemed like. But then it was sort of okay during basketball season. But then when it got to the summer and it was still sunlight afterwards and everybody's doing fun things like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and you still got 3 hours of the show left, dislike that a lot.
Now, I remember vividly being in traffic on 280 at night, trying to hustle to catch the end of my daughter's event and thinking, I am not doing this the rest of my life. Mm-hmm. I am not going to miss kids' events because I'm doing some afternoon show.
Charles writes in, as a regular listener back in the day, I remember thinking it was a super odd combo when Lance joined the broadcast.
You weren't alone.
Now I think it's so perfect. Just to be historically correct, Charles, I think Brown and I joined the broadcast. Is that true?
It was a marriage. Rockstar and Lance and me and you, it was a marriage. It was a polygamous marriage.
We took their name.
We did. That's true. We were
the females.
Yes.
We were submissive.
Yes.
We took their name. Hey,
well,
part of the show.
Dunaway and Brown didn't really work.
Dr.
B?
Part of the show is being brought to you by Dr. B.
Dr. B, back when Lance started this Dunaway, back 13 years ago, he had a big old full bushy head of hair, basically an afro. That's what it boiled down to. Listen, over time, you start losing hair. And that's what happened to Lance. It's happened to all of us. He asked around, and he found Dr. Beckenstein, right? So he set up a consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing, determining the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, really. Dr. B is the only person in the state of Alabama offering this. He targets an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He formulates compounds and prescriptions to fit their profile. It is an absolute game changer. When Lance got his results, then he and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting going over the options. It has increased the thickness and health of Lance's hair. He's been getting great results. They chose that non-invasive laser treatment. It has worked quite well. Dr. Beckenstein, for more than 20 years, has been working with men and women for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. You can get that today with Dr. B. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
John says, I'm an OG here. Always started my morning off at dnbradio.com.
Boy, Dunaway worked his tail off on that website.
With the top 10 reads.
Yeah, you worked your tail off on that website. That was something that you kind of birthed and developed, and when you were out of town, I loathed it. I hated doing it. But that was
the top 10 reads.
It was, but, here's the thing. You would go and you'd find a story like, I don't think that's top 10 worthy. Then you'd find another one. Well, if I didn't put that in the top 10, certainly this is not in the top. And then all of a sudden, I've got 30 stories. I've said none of them are top 10 worthy. Yeah. And I'm like, well, I got to have a top 10.
You know, what I did, I would just put, I would keep a running top 10 in, and then I would delete one out and put a top 10
so
in.
Tell me if you see this from Dunaway Rockstar. It started out as the top 10 reads, right? You just had to go find 10 stories. Then it was the top 10 reads, and then there was another section, other stories, others getting votes.
I mean, someday it was too many.
So then there was like 15 others. And then he had the idea of like, hey, call our web designers. We'll call our web designers and see if they can add every SEC team's logo, and we'll just do a story for every SEC team. So now it's like 48 stories that you had to find. Oh, it was miserable. Yeah. And it was back in.
Then I did the morning rounds here for the first year, about 12 months, 13 months, maybe even longer than that, 16 months. How long have we been doing this?
I don't know. 18 months.
Yeah.
And then it was back then it was on dial-up. So you'd have to wait for the story to load. You'd have to cut and paste. Then you'd have to paste it in, and it would take forever for it to update. Oh, it was such a miserable process.
It was
Hated
very
every
hard.
minute of it.
So let's do a poll question. If you'd like me to bring back the top 10 reads every morning.
That in the morning rounds. The morning.
No, the
10.
morning rounds is too much. The birthdays, writing a little story, putting a picture up. It was just too much.
You control that though. You control what
I did, but once I started it,
you can control the content. Though.
When I started it, I told myself, because I did it day one when we launched on the air. I did day one, and then I sort of could sense Brown wanting to say, he's not going to keep that up.
Oh no, I fully doubted you.
So the fifth day, I was like,
because you're the king of starting something off and being like, God, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah. So every day,
I can't be a martyr if I don't do it every day.
So every day I got here, I thought to myself, God, I don't want to do it today.
Yep.
But I got to, because Brown's going to wait for me not to do it.
Yeah. So you finally give up that. Little did he know I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah. And then shortly after 12 months, when I got hacked, we thought I was a security risk for everything up here. So I was like, hey, it's a really good time at this point to not do the morning rounds anymore. So my mornings have been
all the
really
morning
free.
round stuff are like investment opportunities for some reason. Like links.
Bitcoin. I got plenty of Bitcoin.
What really is crazy is now Forrester has to put up with me a lot more. I have a lot of free time in the morning now, but I still get here at the same time. I'm waiting on Forrester like a puppy every morning. Hey, Scott. Hey, Scott.
The coffee
what are you
crew.
doing this morning? What are you doing this morning, Scott?
Michael says he was thinking yesterday we got the best job in the world, playing Madden at work. I want to be y'all when I grow up.
It was miserable yesterday, man. It was work yesterday.
You're getting drilled.
It was work yesterday. I could not cover a short pass.
Did you see my game? Anybody?
Somebody asked me that the other day, and I said, listen, I work at a place that has a PlayStation, beer keg, and bourbon bar. I mean, I don't know what most people's work is like because I've never had a real job, but I don't think it's anything like that.
Yeah, how much is too much bourbon? Because we're approaching that right now, by the way.
We've got a lot of bourbon. Yeah. Now, I'm sure
you
some
got
people.
a special delivery yesterday, I saw.
Yes, we did. I'm sure some people would take it off our hands, but we got a lot of bourbon back there.
Yeah. Like a lot of bourbon.
A lot of bourbon.
Yeah. Like we've got to display the bourbon.
But it doesn't ever go bad, does it?
Oh no, not bourbon.
Yeah. So I mean, all that because we've got a lot of half bottles of bourbon and a lot of full bottles of bourbon.
Yeah. By the way, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. What Walker Kessler did yesterday in just a second. Okay, it was amazing. And then we'll get to the basketball in the next segment. Apologize, we went down memory lane there because Taylor Corn was 10.
10. My gosh.
When we started. Like she was snaggletooth, right? Like she didn't even have all of her adult teeth. Is that right? Like the teeth she's sitting in our lobby running social media with right now, she didn't have all those. Yeah. Like she was still getting suckers
she was
from,
on the street
from the
with
bank when you go by.
Jump rope. My name is Taylor, and I want to go to Baylor.
I want to go to Baylor. She probably still cried when Auburn lost back then. She now cusses.
That was 2010. They didn't lose a lot that year.
She did not lose a lot that year. She did not at all, in fact, in football. The University of Montevallo, where I went to school, a wonderful place. My daughter's there now. It's so fabulous. If you want your son or daughter to get that experience with small class sizes, wonderful student life, and a lot more, you can do that by just going on to the website, montevallo.edu, to find out everything you need to know. Montevallo.edu, schedule an in-person tour. Maybe they want to continue their athletic career. One of those great Division II fully funded scholarship sports right there. You can do it all right there at montevallo.edu. Walker Kessler. You remember him last year from Auburn, right?
I do, very well.
Still a young guy. He's making $2.6 million a year for the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
He was drafted and got to Utah because of a trade. They got rid of Rudy Gobert, who is now with the T-Wolves. So who's playing last night or yesterday afternoon? It is Walker Kessler's Utah Jazz against Rudy Gobert, the guy Walker Kessler replaced. Now, Walker Kessler, remind you? $2.6 million a year. Rudy Gobert, who they traded away for
$38 million a year.
A little bit of a difference.
Yesterday, Rudy Gobert, 2 points.
Yeah, Walker
Kessler, 20 points, 21 rebounds. Now, this isn't new for Walker. My buddy Johnny Orr has been following every step of Walker Kessler's pro career, and it seems like every time I see Johnny, he's like, Kessler only played 11 minutes last night and had 7 points and 6 blocks. I mean, he's blocking people in the NBA just like he was in college. You just didn't think that would happen. But he was 20 and 21 yesterday in the face of the organization that basically thought they were stealing Rudy Gobert away from them, and Walker Kessler showed him up yesterday.
I don't know if it's coming of age party. I don't know what you would call it. It was his best game as a pro, and what a time to do it, to your point.
He's getting more and more playing time every time out. Walker Kessler, pretty amazing story there last night. We can't show it to you, but we can show you a tweet from someone about last night, because it was Jabari Smith Jr. going up against LeBron James. Did you see this?
I didn't watch the video.
It is mic'd up, and Jabari, during a little stoppage, says, "You played with my dad." And LeBron goes, "What? You played with my dad. Your first game, Sacramento, my dad played in that game. Well, your first pro game against Sacramento, my dad played in that game." He goes, "What?" And he goes, "You played against my dad." And he's like, "Man, why are you doing that to me? Why are you making me feel so old?" And Jabari said, "You feel old, don't you?" And here's the video afterwards of Jabari Sr. at 45 meeting LeBron, who's still playing. And he's like, "Yeah, your son told me we played against each other."
That's pretty cool.
That was really neat as heck. You can't hear the audio. You can go chase it down. It's everywhere. I think even Taylor sent it out later. There's Jabari right there.
It reminds me of, I don't know if you saw the video earlier this year, Arthur Blank realized that J.C. Horn, the South Carolina product that's playing for the Panthers, was Joe Horn's son. And Arthur Blank had never realized that, apparently, and somebody told him. So he's walking down the sidelines during warm-ups to find J.C. Horn, and he goes, "They tell me that Joe Horn's your dad." He goes, and JC's like, "Yes, sir, he is." He goes, "I loved him. He was a great player for us." And they just called it. It was kind of cool to see it.
When you
make you feel old.
When you have a career like that, I mean, it can work out to where it's that situation. All right. Alabama advantage tonight. We'll jump into that coming up on the other side of the show.
Egregious mistake.
Grossly well, I forget how I said it.
A gross mistake.
Yeah. Slice Pizza is there for lunch.
Not gross at all.
Swung by there yesterday, and I'm dialed into their little their pasta dish right now. Ooh,
you didn't get that hot mama yesterday?
I did not yesterday.
I want the hot mama done away.
You have yet to have it?
I have yet to have it.
I am willing to pay if we want to send somebody to pick it up today.
I'm not going to argue against that. 3 great locations in Birmingham. What?
I am willing to pay for it.
He did get a little tepid there, didn't he? 3 great locations: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Slice Pizza. SliceBirmingham.com is the website. I want to try that hot mama, but I always get soul pie, no onions. They have got such creative pizzas there. The Bajalia brothers have been doing it for a very, very long time. They know what they're doing. Go see it for yourself. SliceBirmingham.com. That is SliceBirmingham.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, we'll do the Alabama-Vandy game tonight in just a second, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, 7:30 on the SEC Network. Here is the gross misstatement yesterday. What do we call the place in Nashville that they played, the House of Horrors for Alabama?
We called it the Opry Stage.
Yeah,
but it has been a House of Horrors historically.
Yeah, they have won 3 straight games there.
They have, but it was like they lost 14 of 15 for a 15-year run there.
Yeah, but when do you get that stink off of you? They've won 3 straight there.
Okay,
they haven't lost there a 1-point game since 2018.
Yeah, so I guess they've now lost 14 of 18.
I mean, Taylor was 18 last time they lost there.
No, they've gotten better there. There's no doubt they've gotten better there. You're right. We probably overstated that because we talked about 2 places they historically have not played well is Nashville and Columbia, Missouri, not South Carolina. And you're right. I mean, it's probably, if you've won 3 straight there, you've probably kicked that, especially when you consider that most of the time, the vast majority of the time that Nate Oates has been up there, they've won.
Yeah, Pritchelaw says it's the house of awful refs or the house of some scrub coming off hitting 7 threes off the bench.
It's the house of, you sit on the baseline. I mean, it's just a weird place. You got to admit it's a weird place to play.
Yeah, it is a different shooting thing. Jerry Stackhouse, though, for Vandy Rockstar cut number 3, gets asked about facing Brandon Miller. This is a stretch for Vandy where this will be the 4th straight ranked team they have played in a row. They just beat Arkansas, though, over the weekend up on the Opry floor. Now they're getting Bama to roll in. Jerry Stackhouse, who likes to wear a tie, a shirt, and a jacket all of the same color. Here's Coach Stackhouse.
Brandon Miller do so well for Alabama?
It does. I mean, he scores the basketball for him. I think he's the guy that he comes off screens. Catch and shoot at that size is hard to deal with. You got a guy 6'8", 6'9", coming off of screens. He doesn't need a lot of time. He's a key matchup. Every night. So I'm pretty sure that again, like we got guys that we feel that can stay in front of him, but you're gonna have to have your hand up. Can't relax because Nate does a good job of running actions that kind of misdirect you, make you feel like you fall asleep on him, and then all of a sudden he pops into the play at the end. So we'll be prepared for that. But more than anything, it's just competing. I'm looking forward to Jordan Wright and Brandon Miller. I'm saying Colin Smith, is going to jump on him early, try to buy some time, but then it's going to be Jordan Wright and Brandon Miller. Should be a fun night.
So he not afraid to share the matchups for you right there.
That's how we're going to do it right there, Jordan Wright and Brandon Miller.
Very NBA-esque from Jerry Stackhouse there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, look, Vanderbilt is 88th in the Ken Pom. This is a 500 team. They're 2-2 in conference. It's probably better than what most people thought. They had the win over Arkansas, which in the preseason you never would have picked that one.
Yeah, tough part of the early schedule for them. Stackhouse, Vanderbilt against Alabama tonight. Alabama an 8-point favorite. You can play that with our friends at MyBookie. Also, what's the early line on the Cowboys 49ers?
What do you think? think? You want to guess?
I'd say 49ers minus with that performance last night with Brock Purdy. I'm going to say 3.5.
4. Very good, Jim. Normally we depend on Lance for that. Cowboys catching 4 at San Francisco. You can play all the NFL divisional round games right there at mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag. College basketball, as Jim mentioned tonight, with Alabama, the mybookie.ag line favored by 8. You can play that right now. And listen, when you deposit $50 or more, you get a cash bonus instantly from your MyBookie account. Now, I know what you're saying. Okay, well, a lot of people do that. You know what a lot of people don't do, though? They don't let you bet that one time and make it yours. A lot of times you have to go 6, 7, 8, 9, even 10 bets sometimes before that becomes your money. Not at mybookie.ag. All they say is, hey, no strings attached. We'll give you the bonus. Bet it one time. It's yours. That's at mybookie.ag when you use code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. They're bringing you Dan Orlovsky throughout the NFL playoffs. He's coming up at about 11:45 local time.
Yeah, a little bit later on. Rusty over in the chat room said, did you see Stackhouse going off against Arkansas the other day? Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it was that one player that he did it in Tuscaloosa. I think he did it down at Auburn. I can't remember his name. I think his last name, I can't remember his last name now. But he's one of their bigger players, but he's also a you-know-what on the court. And then he was doing it to Vandy where he was doing this. I said it yesterday. He was doing this standing where a Vandy player who stayed on the field, and he was sort of bumping him with his legs. And then finally a Vandy player came up and just knocked him off of him and then tries to act like he was, a battered and abused there. And so Stackhouse was not happy with the way they were acting.
Jerry's got a history, though. I mean, Jerry is not afraid to go off. He's had to be restrained from going after officials. I mean, he's got a little fire to him.
He'd have to punch way down on Musselman if they had gone.
Oh, he would destroy Eric Musselman.
Clay Travis is up next with us, and we talk a little Auburn with Justin Hokanson. Tigers on the road at LSU tomorrow night. UAB loses again last night, 74-73 to Middle Tennessee in overtime. We'll talk more about those basketball games as we move throughout the show here in the next round. Being brought to you today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Listen, safe, gun safes for your valuables. Best place to get them in town, Nichols Outfitters.
Yeah, and they've got 25% off in-stock Browning and Champion safes right now. That could save you as hundreds of dollars, honestly. Safely secure your firearms, valuables, gold, cash, heirlooms right there with a safe from Champion or Browning at Nichols Outfitters. Never a better time with 25% off right now. Exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors. Clay Travis knows a lot of things. He's next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get right to Clay Travis right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap. But I did want to pass along a little news. You know, we're wondering about whether the Chargers will change head coaching, the head coaching position. We don't know that yet, but they have parted ways with their offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi, and their passing game coordinator as well, Shane Day.
I guess they gave up 27 in the second half there. Is that what happened?
But I do want to mention that Todd Monken, who's done a wonderful job with Georgia's offense, is getting some buzz. I was reading Seth Emerson of The Athletic that Todd Monken's name is starting to be mentioned in some NFL circles. So it'll be interesting. I mean, if I'm looking at a place to go, Justin Herbert, Los Angeles, and the Chargers, if I'm an OC that's leaving college and going to the pros, that's not a bad place to land.
Oh, if I get that gig, I'll take it, yeah. Gutter Cap is the patented aluminum cover system fitting over most existing gutters, and what it does is it keeps out debris, the leaves, the pine straw, all that, and it forever eliminates gutter cleaning. And it's also backed with a lifetime warranty. Our boy C-Stu will climb that ladder for you so you never have to do it again. He'll come out, he'll inspect the house, he'll give you the quote. You get those caps on your gutters, you never get leaves or debris in them ever again. 823-2212, that's a 205 number to call C-Stu. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Clay Travis is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Boy, this NFL playoffs, we had bookend bad games, but those 4 games in the middle are incredible. I've always said, I know everybody says the NCAA basketball tournament is the best show sports has. I've always disagreed with it. I think it's the NFL playoffs.
Well, I think now especially that you've expanded the wild card to 6 games. So we get 6 wild cards, 4 division, AFC, NFC championship games, and the Super Bowl for a total of 13 games. They do the math there, right? I think if you combine all of those together, it's really, really difficult to beat. And I love the setup of games on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then we lead into, effectively the final 4 games of the divisional round with 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. I think it's pretty tough to beat. And we'll see exactly how all of it ends up shaking out. But I do think it's a good, there are some people out there who are upset that, I'd say they're a minority, but that the college football playoffs expanding to 12. And I just look at the NFL playoffs and say, you're crazy. I think the amount of attention that's going to rain down on college football during a 12-team playoff is going to be unlike anything the sport has ever seen, because there are tons of people who don't have time or don't have that much interest in watching regular season college football or NFL football that definitely show up in big numbers for the NFL playoffs. And I think college football has been missing that audience.
I'm interested in your thoughts on just how good the Cowboys looked last night. I'm a Buccaneers fan, and that obviously we looked slow and old. But where's the Cowboys in your opinion? Did they fix problems they've had in the past, and now you think they have a chance at San Francisco and maybe to do something Jerry Jones has been begging for since the 90s and make it back to a Super Bowl? Or do you feel like that may be a one-off for Dak and the Cowboys?
Well, so I think they're going to lose to the 49ers. But before the season, I picked the Cowboys to play the Bills in the Super Bowl. And frankly, I'm just always happy whenever the two teams that I pick actually make the playoffs. And if they win a playoff game, that makes me look even better, because it's tough to project, as you guys know, in the NFL, who's going to be up and who's going to be down on a year-to-year basis. If I'm the Cowboys optimist, if I want to stick with my Cowboys have a chance to win the NFC and advance to the Super Bowl, here's where my optimism would come. Look at the 4 quarterbacks that are left in the NFC right now. And let's consider their ceilings when they've played the best and their floors. Brock Purdy, Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts, and Dak Prescott. I think you can make an argument that Dak is the most reliable and the consistently highest performing so far of those 4 quarterbacks. I don't think that's a crazy argument, in fact, to make at all. Now, Jalen Hurts has had a great season, but when he came into this season, the Eagles were talking about, we'll try him out, and if it doesn't work out, we've got a lot of draft capital. We'll go back and go find the quarterback of our future. He's played great MVP caliber in the NFC, but I don't think he's very sold. We're not sold on him for a long term based on his performance this year. Brock Purdy, certainly nobody is convinced yet for him, although he's been incredible given where he was drafted and expectations. And then Daniel Jones, most Giants fans were ready to kick Daniel Jones to the curb, early in this season for sure. And now he looks incredible with Brian Daboll. So if I'm trying to sell the Cowboys, I'm selling them based on Dak is the best, most proven remaining quarterback in the NFC. Having said that, I think the 49ers probably are the most talented team in the entirety of the NFL. And as good as Dak looked against the Bucs, in the second half, Brock Purdy was on fire against the Seahawks. Threw for, I think, 3 touchdowns, had 1 drop that should have been a 4th, and went for over 300 yards. I just think the 49ers are a more talented team overall than the Cowboys. And playing in San Francisco, I think the 49ers will win that game.
Clay Travis is with us, Outkick founder, at Clay Travis on Twitter. You also see him on Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. If you are Tom Brady, you do what, Clay?
I don't think he's going to retire. And this is not only based on how he did on the field, but from a lifestyle perspective. If you talk to NFL players, if you talk to pro athletes, that moment when you stop playing sports is overwhelming for many of them, because you go from a regimented, planned schedule for however many years of your life to suddenly this wide expanse of open time, and you have a lot of time to fill. And I just think with getting divorced and suddenly quitting football, Brady would be really lost in terms of how he would spend his time. So I think he's going to play. And if he's going to play, I think that, and I'm not just saying this because you're a Dolphins fan, I think the Dolphins is the best spot for him. Because if you look at what the talent is around Tua and around, whoever the backup quarterbacks you want to cite are, can you imagine Brady being able to throw to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle?
It'd be incredible.
With the Gesicki underneath and the talent that they have on the defensive side of the ball. So I think it's a stay in Florida. So for his family, it's not that big of an uproar. We know already that he has a relationship with the owner of the Dolphins, who's a Michigan grad, Stephen Ross, if I'm remembering that correctly. We've already had the suspension based on their discussions earlier. Money can't be that significant of a factor. You'd know the salary cap situation of the Dolphins better than I would, but Brady has never been the highest paid guy out there. And I think he's got so much money at this point that it's really just about finding another championship. The other places, the Raiders, I don't know that you want to go in the same division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. In my opinion, I know in the AFC East, you'd have to go up against Josh Allen, which would be tough. But I don't know that the Raiders makes a ton of sense. Staying with the Bucs, the thing I like about staying with the Bucs is the NFC is much weaker, I think, from a quarterback perspective than the AFC is. When you consider the young guns in the AFC, Patrick Mahomes is 27. He's the oldest of the 4 quarterbacks that are left in the AFC right now. with Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Trevor Lawrence, all 27 or younger. So that's kind of how I would assess it. And I think the Dolphins make the most sense, especially with Tua coming off of the concussion issues. He's still under his rookie contract, so you're not committing that many dollars in the grand scheme of things to the quarterback position. The thing that makes me a little bit apprehensive again is going to the AFC. But I think you don't have the big of a trip from Tampa to Miami, and I think the overall talent level at Miami is better now than the talent level with the Bucs.
The mayor of 38, Sean Payton, is he worth giving up? Is he worth giving up a first round draft pick to get him to coach your franchise? And if so, where do you think he lands?
Yeah, I don't know if any coach is worth a first round pick. But if you were going to have a quarterback, like I think the Broncos could make sense, because the Broncos have invested so much money in Russell Wilson already that really the number one goal of the Broncos at this point has to be getting Russell Wilson playing back like a top 10 quarterback again. And given that you've already given $200 million and all that commitment to Russell Wilson, I can see an investment in Sean Payton when you know what he's already done with a quarterback like Drew Brees, that there could be a lot of sense made by making that move. If you're the Texans and you think, hey, we're going to make a move to try to go get Bryce Young, or if you think that Stroud is the guy, however you kind of are assessing it, maybe. It's worth it if you believe in that young quarterback to such an extent. I'm not sure if I'm Sean Payton that I want to go and start with a rookie quarterback all over again, which is why you'd kind of rather have a known quantity. So to me, the Broncos is the team that makes the most sense, and that's presuming that the Chargers, who I know just fired their offensive coordinator, are going to stick with Staley as their head coach, because otherwise I think the Chargers is an easy answer to that question.
We often see, Clay, confirmation that the NFL is the biggest model going, and there's nothing really that approaches it. I just saw that the NFL has announced tickets are about to go on sale for this AFC Championship game if it is played in Atlanta. People are going to go ahead and be able to buy the tickets. That game, Clay. I mean, Lance thinks it'll be a $3,000 ticket on secondary market. I mean that's just insane to think about, that you could take two teams, not even in a Super Bowl, from markets like Kansas City and Buffalo, played in Atlanta, and a ticket cost that much money.
Yeah, you know what? It's an easy test for the NFL about whether they could also put the AFC and the NFC championship games on a yearly basis up for auction too.
Would you want that as a fan, as a viewer?
I don't. I mean, look, I've been to three. I'm an embittered Titans fan because I've been in my life to three games that if the Titans won, they would host the AFC Championship game in Nashville.
Yeah,
they were favored in all three, and they lost all three. The ability to host an AFC Championship game would have been, and still is, the biggest sporting event that Nashville could have ever hosted in my lifetime. So I like the idea of there being a home field advantage. But I also, this is where maybe you look at college football and say, we don't do that in college football the whole way through. And I think that's an interesting comparison. I do think this is a test case scenario, not planned, obviously, but I think once they had to kind of come up with a new plan on the fly, assuming the Bills were to beat the Bengals and the Chiefs were to beat the Jags, both teams advancing and moving on to Atlanta, I think would be pretty cool. If I'm a home fan, I would rather, obviously, my team have the competitive advantage of playing in a home stadium. But if you just told me, hey, your team has advanced to the AFC Championship game and you can get tickets and it's going to be a neutral site game, I would be probably doing that, right? I'd be more likely to try to get tickets, I guess, as a visiting fan by far than I would to go on the road in somebody else's stadium to try to watch my team play.
He is Clay Travis, and he is with Outkick. He is the founder of Outkick, and you can see him on Fox Sports as well. Clay, thank you for the time, man. Have a great week.
Hey, y'all too. Appreciate it.
All right. At Clay Travis, excuse me, as well on Twitter. He was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'm a thumbs down from taking it out of the cities.
No, in fact,
I'm
I'm hoping the college football goes the NFL route. And
I agree.
We play them all on campus until we get to the Rose Bowl.
I agree completely. I think there's just...
You don't agree with the Rose Bowl part. You don't agree completely.
Oh, no. I don't agree completely.
Yeah.
You're right about that thing. Important correction there. I agree with you that we played up until the championship game. I don't think it should always be at the Rose Bowl. There's just something about there should be a prize for having the best record. Kansas City, in most situations, not necessarily this year is why we got the neutral site, has earned that. Philadelphia has earned that. There should be, that keeps something out there for teams to continue to play all the way through week 17 or week 18, game 17, week 18. And I like the atmosphere. It's a better atmosphere. The Super Bowl is a big event. The atmosphere isn't as good as you get at Arrowhead or Lincoln Financial Field.
The AFC-NFC Championship Day
is a fun day.
Is the best day of the NFL season to me.
Part of that, though, is because of the atmosphere that comes through the TV screen from Arrowhead Stadium or Highmark Stadium in Buffalo or Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, wherever these games are being played. Levi Stadium in San Francisco, those are great atmospheres.
Yeah, but for Clay to bring it up like that, it makes me think somewhere along the way, TV executives he's been in some meeting where they have measured the financials on if we made AFC, NFC championship sort of mini Super Bowls.
All right, but think through this. What if Atlanta had bid on it's an NFC town, right? What if Atlanta had bid on the NFC championship game? And the NFC championship game turns out, let's say San Francisco was the 1 seed. And it turns out to be San Francisco, Philadelphia. So now I'm the 49ers fans. I got the 1 seed. I got to travel all the way across America to play in an NFC championship game.
College football does that a lot. But
I'm not crazy about it.
Yeah, I wish, whatever we decide to do with the bowls, I wish we'd go the other way on our playoffs. I wish it would be more NFL-like. Because as much as I would hate our SEC teams having to go play to finally give the Big Ten people what they want and have us go play a snow game up north, as bad as I would hate that, I would love the atmospheres. Can you imagine even places like Oxford, Mississippi?
Oh, my gosh.
On a first-round home playoff game.
It'd be the biggest event in Oxford, Mississippi history. Yeah. I mean, like Clay was
which
just
right now is Alabama, Ole Miss that year. Katy Perry was
probably
there.
so. Yeah. I mean, it would be incredible. And I don't mind the SEC. Like if Tennessee went to play a snow game at Penn State this year, a healthy Tennessee, I would have loved that.
Yeah.
Give it to me, man. Give me that game. In a meaningful game.
And who doesn't think at some point our SEC folks could figure it out, right? That we could figure out how to play in the snow and cold.
Do you really think a healthy Tennessee team, not Joe Milton Tennessee, but a full bore Tennessee team at Penn State in the snow?
I don't know. The route running, the speed they played with, I don't know if that neutralizes all that.
I'd still like Tennessee in that situation.
Well, I would too. I'm an SEC guy.
Yeah.
I just don't know if
Alabama at Michigan in the snow. I mean, you would have to, after you saw what TCU did to Michigan, you have to like Alabama in that situation.
Well, I mean, I would have, the way Alabama used to play.
Well, the way Alabama played against K-State, that's the Alabama.
I mean, Georgia could play in the North Pole against somebody, and I would take Georgia just because of the way they can ground and pound it.
Yeah, they could have beat TCU on Venus. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, the way Alabama used to play until they started being more of a spread it out, nuance, throw it more, and they run it kind of team.
Well, I was just talking about the Alabama you got against K-State. If you had that Alabama team playing in Ann Arbor in the snow, I would still love Alabama in that situation.
Yeah. I don't know how much the snow and the whatever wind you would get on a snowy day up north. I've never lived up north enough to know.
Nor have I. I can tell you the one game I have attended in the state of Michigan was the MAC game when I dressed as Bob Ross to pay off a bracket bet. And it's just a different kind of cold. I can't really explain it, but northern cold. When I went to Monowai, Nebraska, and there was snow everywhere, also paying off a bracket bet. Northern cold and Midwestern cold is just different. It hits different, Rockstar. You're about to find this out, I think.
No, we were in Virginia on Saturday, in Norfolk, Virginia, and it was like 38 degrees.
Finally, somebody says it correctly.
You didn't hear Rockstar say that 1,000 times yesterday during the Madden game.
But it was bone chilling. Like we walked to a place to eat that was close, within a quarter of a mile from the venue, and like I go, I can't do this. I had a sweatshirt and a jacket. I was like, I can't. This is
it's
too
just
much.
different. It hits different.
Hurts.
I don't know what it is. Like
it hurts your face.
I think when I went to that MAC game, it was only in the 20s, which it gets in the 20s here some, but it was way colder than 20s in Michigan than it is in Alabama.
Tonight inside, forget rain or cold or whatever it is tonight. Squadron with another basketball game. Rio Grande in town. The Valley Vipers in town. It is STEM Fest at Legacy Arena tonight. 1,000 students of the STEM fields will be in attendance for learning opportunities tonight. STEM, anybody know?
Science, something, engineering, and math.
That is right. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is STEM. I had to look that up there.
It's STEM night.
Yeah, so a lot of metrics tonight for the squadron down there. Free beanies to the first 1,000 fans through the gates as well. It's also Teacher Appreciation Night. If you're at the game, you can nominate your favorite teacher for a shout-out during the game. All that's happening tonight down at Legacy Arena with our Birmingham Squadron, 205-719-0850, 719-0850, Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster.com for your tickets. Squadron in action tonight. Wrapping up a really good homestand here. We appreciate the Squadron, everything they've done down there. First 1,000 through the gates tonight. Get a free beanie there on Teacher Appreciation Night. Ticketmaster.com, 205-719-0850 for your Birmingham Squadron. Great family event this evening. Justin Hokanson coming up on the other side. You have something in the chat room that you found interesting over there?
Well, I was just looking at it. Matthew said northern cold isn't wet like it is down in the south. That's what one of his family members told him at Christmas from Michigan.
Because more humidity.
Yeah, and it's a drier cold up north.
But I do think that if you live in it more, you get used to it, right?
Oh, I'm sure you do. Your body adjusts. And that was why old Southern boy Ryan Brown, at a game in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, I was like, I am miserable now.
But let's don't kid ourselves into not thinking that some of the better players on the northern teams are southern guys.
That's right.
Right.
And they haven't adjusted enough.
Right. Like if we took an SEC team to play at Penn State, some of their studs are going to be coming from Georgia and Florida, maybe Alabama.
But, we do this same thing. Like Utah was affected, I thought, against Florida by the heat and humidity. We do this same thing when we say, oh, I love getting these northern teams down south early in the season.
Well, what are we going to say when Florida goes and plays Utah in that first weekend?
They're dealing with altitude. It's an altitude game.
Altitude on Thursday night. That'll be a little bit of a problem. And isn't that one of the reasons why Billy wants to move it up so that they can go out a little early, adjust to the altitude, and come back and adjust a little bit,
Probably
and get their legs back
Get
under.
the humidity back, yeah.
That's why they want to move that game to a Thursday night. We'll talk to Justin Hokanson. You booked Justin Hokanson. We talking basketball,
some
a little football?
Hoops. We'll talk, they killed it in the transfer portal. We'll talk about some of those guys.
That's what I was going to bring up here.
Yeah.
Did anyone notice where Auburn is? 24/7's Brad Crawford, the top 5 rated transfer portal classes. And the portal closed on the 16th, I believe, or is it the 18th, coming up tomorrow?
Yeah.
We're right near the end of this portal closing. Florida State, number 1. Colorado, number 2.
Not a surprise.
USC, number 3. Auburn, 4th. LSU, 5. So Auburn with a really good portal class. We'll talk to Justin Hokanson about that coming up on the other side. Our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. If you're looking for injury news on getting back, Tua Tagovailoa, Adam Schefter says, will be the starting quarterback in 2023 for the Miami Dolphins. Schefter making that report there yesterday.
Yeah, there was some thought, he might retire or the Dolphins might choose to move on. That doesn't appear to be the case. And if you want to get moving better in 2023, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourage you to start this year out with less pain by scheduling your elective orthopedic procedures. You've been putting them off. Maybe that's your New Year's resolution. I'm going to get this body right again, right? Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers. That's PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
We'll talk to Sergeant First Class Justin Hokanson in just a second. It looks like he's look at him. He's already rolling his eyes at me.
You done always upset him before you start.
It's going to be one of those interviews.
That's right.
Get ready, off season.
Hoke leaving.
Justin Hokanson on 3 Sports in just a second. Hey, a reminder, Way to Wellness can help you lose some weight in 2023. We were just talking about ordering a sliced pizza up here, and everyone in the chat room is like, Dunaway, is that on your Way to Wellness plan?
Ooh, yeah.
Actually, it is.
Oh, is it? All right, good.
Yeah, every plan, I have my own lunch, my own dinner. Got to eat, boys. You got to eat. Way to Wellness can work up a plan for you to help you lose weight, get your blood pressure back in check, your cholesterol in check. They've got a plan for you. Just go to this website. It's called aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. That'll take you right to the Way to Wellness website. Leslie and her board-certified team will give you a free consultation. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you can start losing weight tomorrow. It's Way to Wellness, a journey to healthy living. The website, again, planforme.com.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson, On 3 Sports, part of Auburn Live there as part of On 3 Sports. @_J Hokanson is where you find him on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I do want to start by saying, first of all, I'm going to go off script here for a minute, Hoke. Congrats, you guys. Are you a year old? I mean, how old is Auburn Live?
Yeah, we've done a year. We're a year and a half.
Okay,
year
and a half.
We basically started last August, right before the football season. So.
Yeah, and I should have saved this, but I was looking at like some of the On 3 sites. You guys have absolutely killed it. And I know you didn't come on here to brag, but I just wanted to say congratulations. I mean, it's been an incredible launch for you guys.
Yeah, certainly first calendar year finish. So yeah, it's been awesome. It's been awesome. So we're pretty excited about where we are, and yeah, it's been huge.
Yeah, you should be. AuburnLive.com if you want to join. All right, I was going to let you pick. Do you want to start with basketball or football? Which one do you want us to go with first?
Start with basketball.
Okay, let's start with basketball. Maybe Georgia's better than we thought. I mean, Georgia's 3-1. Like, that looked like a bad loss for Auburn. You don't want to lose a game. But maybe Georgia's better than we thought, which then means maybe Auburn's a little bit better than maybe some people are giving them credit for.
Yeah, that loss doesn't look quite as bad as it did at the time. And I think it was the 12. It was kind of the way they lost, too. I mean, you lose by 12. It was like 12 or 13 right there, and Auburn could really never get closer than 7. So, it was a game that Georgia just outplayed Auburn and won, but it certainly looks a little better. Georgia's playing pretty well. That Akendo is tough to deal with. So, yeah, it doesn't look as bad. Then you look at the Auburn-Arkansas game. That win doesn't look quite as good because Arkansas is reeling.
That's right.
But for Auburn this year, this is not like last year with Jabari Walker, or a year where you have Samir Dowdy and Isaac Okoro and those guys. This team's a little bit different. Like, it's not going to be flashy. It's not always going to look like that. This team for them to win, they've got to be really focused and just focus on execution. When they kind of get ahead of themselves is when they get in trouble. When they can kind of rein it in and stay locked in, whether it's Wendell Green, Katie Johnson, Janai Broome, Alan Flanagan, whoever, if they can kind of stay locked into what they're trying to do offensively and keep turnovers down, they're a really good team. When the turnovers get up, it can look really bad, and they can lose by 12 at Georgia, who's an average basketball team. So they kind of ride the line a little bit, but if they can do the right things, they're a good basketball team. They just don't have the margin of error like when you've got Jabari and Walker sitting over there, or in years past where you've got guys that could just knock down threes or score at will, things like that.
This would be an insult if I said this about a football SEC team, but keep in mind that usually bracketology has 9 or 10 of these teams projected to be in the field. They play a very Big Ten style this year to me. It's not as fluid as Bruce's teams usually with their guards. They seem to be – every possession is so contested. They are really shutting people down, and they're actually not shooting the ball bad at all. Last 2 games, they're shooting like 46% from the floor. It's a very Big Ten flow, in my opinion, watching it. Do you get that same feel at all?
At times, yeah. I think that, certainly you look at that Arkansas game. That was one of, I go to practices, I watch games, I see a lot of them.
That was their best game of the year, right? Best game of the year for them.
That was as dialed in and focused as I've seen an Auburn basketball team in a while. Just every possession, they were focused on running it, not turning it over, being smart. And that's just kind of how this team's gonna do well. They'll have their moments because you can't completely rein in Wendell Green and Katie Johnson, and those guys they're gonna break out and bust out and want to just go. But I think when they're at their best is when they can rein that in a little bit and play smart because they've got weapons. Jalen Williams is a tough guy to deal with, a lefty around the rim. Janai Broome's a tough guy to deal with. Wendell's hard to keep out of the lane. Like, they've got pieces that when they slow down and run things, they're good. But yeah, it's a different style. Pace is way down from maybe what Bruce would do with Jared and Bryce and those guys. The pace of the game is down, and he's trying to lean more on their defense with Dylan Cardwell, Janai Broome, 2 good shot blockers. So you got to keep the turnovers down, lean on your defense, turn things into a rock fight at times. And be okay with that, and it's resulted in a 4-1 start.
Justin Hokanson is with us on 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com. He is on Twitter @_J Hokanson. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I don't mean this as a shot at the kid. I really don't. I'm asking it honestly. Did I buy a bill of goods on Yohan Traore? Did I just buy a bill of goods on him?
No, I don't think so. Yohan and Chance too. Now Chance was hurt. And he's kind of battling back from an injury. Those 2 guys were really talented players, top 50 high school players. And look, if you go back and look at some of the tape in Israel, they did good things.
I know. He tore it up, and that's why I mean that. But he hasn't had double-digit minutes in conference play. I guess he is what he is. It's what you're going to get out of him.
Yeah, he just – from my own opinion, it looks like a confidence thing to me. I just think he gets out there, and I don't think he's sure what his role should be. He kind of gets in there, and there's games where he'll play 8 minutes and record no stats. And to me, that's just a guy that just doesn't want to take chances. He doesn't want to shoot threes. He's a good shooter. But I think he's lost some confidence. And so when he gets out there, he's kind of just eating up minutes versus being the kind of talented caliber player he can be. So I think it's just a confidence thing. Chance a little bit too, coming back from that injury. I think those 2 guys and maybe it won't be this year. I mean, it's hard to just insert them in and get your confidence in SEC play. It's probably not going to happen, but I think they got to just get through this year and try to get their confidence back. But that's what I see. Juwan's really talented. You watch him in practice; he's a lot like Shuma. He can shoot the three. He can play around the rim and do those things. I think he gets in there and role play and bench play, and he's just not quite sure. Am I aggressive? I got Katie Johnson out there with me. I got Alan Flanagan out there with me. How aggressive do I get to be? And so I think he just kind of sort of fades to the back, plays his minutes, and is done.
Flipping to football now, you have the National Signing Day, which we talked to you, and I thought, wow, Hugh and them made some inroads. They got some people I didn't think Auburn was going to get. But now in the portal, I was looking at Brad Crawford's 24/7 ratings there, and I know On3 Sports has their ratings too. Where do you guys have this portal class for Auburn? It's got to be pretty dang high, right? That you're sitting here bringing these players who are getting playing time, who are starting at other places. These aren't projects. These are starters from other places coming into play for this Auburn team. The roster makeover is real. Where do you put this portal?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've done a really good job. I think we have them second in team rankings, in portal team rankings, behind UCLA. And I mean, I think overall, it's a very unique thing with Auburn. You want to go in ideally in the portal, and maybe you get 3 or 4 guys. Like that to me, that would be ideal. 3 to 5 guys, pick and choose. You don't ever want to be in there getting 12 at a time, but that's where Auburn's at. And so, given the fact that they've needed so many, I think they've done a job at getting really good quality with that type of quantity. Generally, that would fall off, and you'd get maybe 3 or 4, and then you're kind of just reaching. But I mean, for the most part, they've got guys that contributed and played in big-time college football, whether it's Purdue, that's a major conference, Maryland, major conference, and so on. Justin Rogers from Kentucky was a huge get. DeMario Tolan, Austin Keys from Ole Miss. Like, I think they hit a lot of needs. And then, of course, the offensive line. I mean, you're talking Gunnar Britton from Western Kentucky, Dylan Wade, and Avery Jones will all start next year. You went out and got 3 portal guys in there, and I'd be blown away if they don't all start on your line next year. So, yeah, I think with the quantity of players they needed, I think they did a good job getting quality. I think we're all kind of waiting on quarterback to see what they do there. They don't want to – I don't think – if you listen to Hugh Freeze at signing day, his press conference, he said, I don't offer a kid if I haven't watched him play. Like, he was real specific about – I'm not going after somebody unless I've specifically watched them and studied them. And so they're clearly being fairly meticulous at the quarterback portal spot. But overall, really good job. I mean, I did a story the other day, and I added up snaps of throughout the positions. Between the offensive line and defensive line, from my count, guys that are leaving the program, you're talking about 17,000 snaps.
Wow, man.
Replacing offensive line and defensive line, because you just had guys that had played a ton of football. Killian Zaire, Austin Troxell, Brandon Council, Colby Wooden, Derek Hall. Those guys had played years of football. And so rebuilding in the trenches was a huge need. And I think they've done a pretty good job. I think the one position that they're probably looking at that's did they fill a need and what's it going to look like is edge. You lose Leota, you lose Hall. What's the edge going to look like? And so that's probably the one question mark, who's going to be a pass rush specialist. But other than that, I think they've done a good job of getting enough players that all can contribute.
You went back and edited 17,000 snaps. That's I apologize for the comment about your very plain fatigue T-shirt then. No wonder you're dressed like that. I mean, that's a lot of man hours.
What does that even mean?
I wanted to ask, do you think still active when the second portal after spring practice, when it opens up? That seems to be where some other quality players end up saying, okay, I'm late in the portal because it doesn't look like I like my situation at my school. And you can find like a Jamison Williams when he went to Alabama was a late get there. There are some other guys and another wave of talent going. Do you think Auburn will stay active in the second portal?
Yeah, I would have to think so. I mean, they need enough players that I would have to think there's going to be more guys that pop up that they may want to get. You're going to have a new staff going through spring for the first time. You know there's going to be probably players that that want to leave after spring camp. So you're talking about maybe filling a couple of needs there. So yeah, I would think that they're going to keep looking. It's probably more hit or miss because so many of them enter the early, and the second one's only a 2-week period, May 1 through 15. And a lot of those guys are going to be guys that didn't win out jobs in the spring. And so maybe potentially a less of a caliber player, but you never know. But in Auburn's case, they need bodies sometimes as much as quantity. Quality. So yeah, I would imagine they'll be active in that second portal window as well.
Yeah, and that was my other question. My closest friends in the world are all Auburn grads. So I played golf on Saturday, and every time we were waiting to hit, we were discussing Auburn football. So they were jotting down numbers on the roster of how many they brought in on signing day in the portal, how many people have left, and they're trying to work the roster. At some point, there will be that hard conversation that and listen, Hoke, we're all big boys. I never criticize a coach who tells a college player at this level, you need to find somewhere else to play. But it does look like we're approaching a point, if they bring in more people, that there may be some of the old roster that needs to still hit the portal and get out of there. Have you guys started crunching numbers yet, or are they getting close to a limit? What are you guys doing on the roster, you think?
Yeah, I've honestly been kind of waiting till the portal dies down and then go back and see where we're at when this 45-day window is up. But you're right. I mean, given where we're at, you have players walking in after the season going, hey, I'd love to stay, but I think that NIL wise I should get this much. That's happening already. Yeah. So when those conversations happen, I think it's just going to be hard lessons learned for some of these players. Like if that's the conversation you want to have, here's the other side of it. And the other side is, hey, we went back and watched your tape and we actually think you're worth less. Or if you want to be really savage, you can say, hey, we think maybe you owe us money.
Yeah. Or you really need to get your NIL money from the Sun Belt.
Yeah. I mean, that's just going to be, hey, you came in here asking for NIL. Okay, cool. Here we looked at it and we think absolutely not. And that's happened. There's a couple of guys that have left Auburn's roster that came in there and said, hey, I think I deserve this. And they said, we're not going to do that. We don't see it. And so they left and went somewhere else. So that's the new age of college football. And I don't know, maybe it'll be easier for coaches. I mean, in the past, if a coach wanted to try to push a guy out, how exactly do you do that? Well, now maybe you can just maybe there's an avenue to be more upfront with them because it's turned into a little bit of a business. Maybe you can just be straight up with them and say, we got to make room, this and that, and NIL, and maybe you can do it easier. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think your On3 NIL evaluator is making a lot of friends in the coaching circles. I don't think, because I bet a lot of people go when they're on 3 Sports. They walk in there and say, "Wait,
says right here,
On 3 says I'm worth this much money."
You know what it is.
It can.
Yeah, I mean,
it can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Hoke, you've probably traded in a car and you take it to different lots and you get different values.
Yeah.
And the lot, where you might have the car you want, they're like, "Yeah, I'll give you $14,000 for you." Like, well, down there, they gave me $17,500.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right?
Then you need to go play for that dealership.
That's right. I mean, the dealership never tells you that. All of a sudden, they're like, "You know what? We found another $3,000 in it." All right.
It's also probably a bad time, by the way, when you have a new staff coming in. That's probably not the ideal time to be a player and walk into a brand new coach and say, "Hey, coach, I think he's going to go, I don't even know you, man."
That's right.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to play that game with you already.
Yeah, that might have been your money with the last staff, but not with this staff. We're going to determine it with this staff.
That's also great advice for local TV people. If you got a new news director or general manager, not a good time to walk in and say, "Hey, I need more money."
You've done that, huh?
I've not done that. I've had friends who've done that.
All right.
And I used to work with them.
Yeah. He is Justin Hokanson. Do a lot of things here. Go follow Hoke on Twitter @_J Hokanson. Go subscribe to AuburnLive.com and On3. Follow On3 Sports @On3 Sports and read Hoke's work and watch his videos. Thank you so much for the time, Hoke. Always great talking with you.
Thanks for having me. See you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Justin with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Always the LT's Lock every day. Best and worst of the weekend on Mondays. Always brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Listen, we talk about a lot of companies here, but only a handful can tell you they've been around since 1954. 1954. That's where Hemphill started getting the trust of the Birmingham community. Adam and Chad continue that tradition today with Hemphill Services. Why? Because they fix it right, they fix it the first time, they fix it at a fair price. That's about all you can ask for. in America from a company, right? You fix it right, you fix it the first time, and you fix it at a fair price. That is fantastic. That's what they do at Hemp Hill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, call the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, well before Taylor was 10 years old. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. All right, so good conversation there with Hoke about Auburn basketball. They play tomorrow night down at LSU. Concern, we talked about Alabama playing Vandy tonight, 7:30, SEC Network. Chris Stewart, Brian Passing on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Concern on UAB. UAB loses again last night. They've all been close games, Brandy, but they're 4-4 in the league now.
I mean, that's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yep.
That they're 4-4 in the league. So
they've lost 4 of 5, by the way. That's another way to throw it at you.
I've seen all of that. You and I frequent a breakfast location here on our way in, and the guy that runs it is a big-time UAB fan.
Season ticket holder, and he is always talking to you and I about UAB basketball when we go through there. And I mean, he was perplexed today. He's like, I don't even know what to make of this. I mean, I never in a million years dreamed that this is the way this season would play out. I thought maybe we would lose a game or two. Yeah.
And now we've lost 4.
Somebody said that here on the show.
Yes, I know. And I did point that out to him. I was like, Dunaway had you at 16-2. Or
I think they played 21 games.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah. 21, 19-2.
I guess the only silver lining here, and he pointed this out, this UAB fan, that every loss is like a 1 or 2 point loss, and several of them have been in overtime. And you're losing right now without Jelly Walker. You didn't lose this past weekend, but you lost this game without Jelly Walker. It's the nation's leading scorer, so that is going to make an impact.
Yeah.
But this is hard. And I'll tell you, the bigger, as big a concern as all of this is UAB, the way they play away from Bartow Arena. Most of these wins are on the road. They're not losing many home games.
Yeah, most of those losses are on the road, no doubt. Ty Brewer with the game winner last night, we thought for a second, but then obviously he didn't get it off until after the buzzer. Tough loss for UAB on the road at Middle Tennessee State. When we come back, Jim Harbaugh's decision. Really, was it a decision? But we'll talk about that a little bit and get into more college football. Still Dan Orlovsky on the NFL 1 hour from right now. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, Element Wellness is right there under the same roof. I'm talking right there in Tattersall Park, just off 119 and 280. They make you look better, heal better, and feel better in 2023. They do that through red light therapy, the infrared sauna, the cryotherapy, the IV infusion bags, all of that right there at Element Wellness. See more at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Because of some developing news, we'll get back into college football coming up at the top of the hour. I did want to throw out that last night in basketball, yesterday afternoon actually, Zach Edey of Purdue, 7'4" guy, 32 points, including the game winner, Purdue over Michigan State, 64-63. They're now 17-1, 6-1 in the Big Ten. Their best start since 1988 for Purdue.
Gosh. A long time ago.
Any faith putting them in the bracket?
I do not have any faith in Purdue in the bracket. They have let me down too many times.
Yeah. By the way, Charleston, College of Charleston, or maybe we just call them Charleston now. Either way, 18-game win streak, longest in the country right now. And FAU, who was ranked for the first time yesterday, the team that beat UAB and sort of started this skid, has won 16 straight games, FAU, and got a win yesterday against Western Kentucky in a close one.
Dusty May's done a really good job there. It's a good program. I watched a lot of that game against UAB, and they're a legit good team.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't just luck up and beat UAB.
Great local wrestler named Dusty May. Dusty May and the Hound Dogs will be down at the Boutwell Auditorium tonight.
Dusty May and the Hound Dogs. Hey, we will be at Odie's on Wednesday night with trivia. Rockstar and Lance. Didn't mean to steal your bit there, Rockstar. That's on me.
It's okay. It's one more day.
Great time to go grab lunch there today, though, at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village. Everything from Rodney's Famous Cheeseburgers to that world-famous Diablo sandwich that we all love on the show, great big cup cocktails, and trivia every single Wednesday night at 8 with Rockstar Lance Taylor and the proprietor of Odie's, Will Haver, our good friend, right there in Crestline Village at Odie's. There is an update to the Darius Miles situation, the Alabama basketball player that has been charged with capital murder in the shooting death of a young lady in Tuscaloosa early on Sunday morning. Carol Robinson, who covers the crime beat for AL.com, is reporting that court records have been unsealed now to the public, and they state that Michael Davis, who is the other man arrested and charged alongside Darius Miles with capital murder, is believed to be the one that fired the deadly shots on the strip. However, he did so with a gun provided him by Darius Miles. Now, I am far from a legal expert, but that seems to be a really complicated issue there for Darius Miles, if indeed those facts bear out to be true in the court of law. He has maintained his innocence through his attorneys, says he is looking forward to his day in court, and he will certainly get that. But based on the court records there, that is that's going to be a bad situation for him.
Yeah, that's not that may not be on the same level when it's all said and done as the other guy.
Yeah, it may not end up in a capital murder charge, but it's far from, you're just innocent and walk scot-free, if that is indeed proven true.
Yeah, so day in court still to come.
Yeah.
But that's the reporting there from Carol and the public records that were requested there by AL.com, if you're following that story in Tuscaloosa. And with that said, if you missed Nate Oates yesterday, Rockstar cut number 2. This was a question that Nate was asked yesterday. And again, I will say this, and we said it yesterday. I thought Nate did a wonderful job of mentioning Jamia Harris, the young lady who lost her life in that tragic incident. several times throughout the news conference, and then even referencing the fact that, he has 3 daughters, and, basically letting you know it could have been one of my daughters that was shot. So he was really disgusted by the whole thing. But he got asked this question and gave this response about if any other players were questioned or if anybody else was maybe missing the trip to Vanderbilt.
Is this a situation that's just isolated to Darius, or is there any other players that are maybe involved?
No, as I mentioned earlier, all of us got together last night. It's an ongoing investigation. Our entire remaining team is traveling to Nashville and will be available to play in the game tomorrow.
Yeah, so that was an important part from that news conference yesterday with Nate Oates. So we'll continue to give you updates on that when it becomes available and happens throughout the next days, weeks, months, as that case will continue on for a long, long time. Basketball tonight on the court, Alabama at Vanderbilt, 7:30 on the SEC Network. Other than that, Tennessee with a road game at Mississippi State. State trying to get right after a really good start, and then they have sort of slipped.
Well,
Houston,
they're catching Tennessee at the wrong time. This is not
coming
when you
off a
want
loss?
to it's not when you want to catch Tennessee here.
And if you're Tennessee's defense and Mississippi State was 0 of 18 shooting, I would take Tennessee and give $1 million tonight.
It does feel like easy money, doesn't it, in that one? MyBookie.ag, Jim.
Houston, number 1 in the country, 5-0. 5-0, but at Tulane tonight. 5-1 in league play, Tulane. So an interesting game in the American. The conference UAB's headed to 6 o'clock ESPN Plus streaming if you want to watch that one.
Yeah, Houston is a 10.5-point favorite at that on the road. That's a big number on the road in college basketball. To put it in perspective, you mentioned Tennessee, Mississippi State. Tennessee's a 5.5-point favorite at State.
I had it 6 earlier, so it's going the wrong direction.
Going the wrong direction. MyBookie.ag line on Houston Tulane is 10.5.
So you're telling me that I could get Tennessee and give 5.5, and that's it against Mississippi State tonight?
Absolutely telling you that right now.
How is that? They're reeling me in, Brownie. That seems like such easy money.
Jimmy D?
Where's Bobby? Where's Bobby in Homewood who gave up gambling? The Bills cured him of gambling over the weekend. Bobby, I want to know. That seems like something that'll make you ill again. That'll make you want to get back into that gambling. Tennessee minus 5.5 at Mississippi State.
Yeah, it's dropped a full point, and I don't know what time it opened, but keep in mind college basketball lines normally come out 24 hours at most before the actual game is played, and so this thing has dropped pretty quick, a point. So go at it, Jimmy D.
Clemson at Wake. Clemson 7-0 in the league, 5-2 Wake. Wake Forest favored at home tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That one seems
Wake Forest favored 3.5 over Clemson.
Seems a little weird.
Did you do Iowa State, Texas?
Texas is underdog on the road at Iowa State.
Underdog on the road at now. Iowa State's top 15 team, but Iowa State's favored 2.5, and that was a good Big 12 matchup.
If you're looking for a weird line, do Baylor and Texas Tech. I don't think Texas Tech's won this year.
Texas Tech is 10-7, favored 2.5 hosting Baylor.
Yeah.
Tough going on the road in college basketball.
It is tough going on the road in college basketball. When we come back, college football, we'll update you on several big things, including what I don't know anybody named Santa except the big guy. Do you know any Santas?
No, I really don't. I can't think of another Santa.
I don't.
Santa Johnson is just not a name you hear very often.
I knew a boat, Santa Maria.
The Nina and the Pinta.
Yeah.
And the Santa Maria.
Was that Yeah, that was the Columbus people, right?
Yeah. Santa Ono is the president at the University of Michigan. He tweets something important when we come back right here in the next round. The show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. That's a great place to go get those steaks, man.
Well, I mean, you look like you were setting up some steak bets if Lance were here with some of these basketball lines, and that's where we cash them in on the show. New York Butcher Shop, Cahaba Heights, and also on 119. They're just off 280. Jim and his staff do a tremendous job. The Duroc pork chops are phenomenal from there. All your steak cuts, including that Wagyu beef. You can get it right there, plus sides, chicken, all of that at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Big commitment coming up. We'll discuss in college basketball in just a second. Second half of the show coming up here, third hour. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor off today, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, Taylor Korn is out there on our social media platforms. Everything at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. If you're watching us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, thanks for watching us. Follow us on Instagram as well. Get all the audio live on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, the podcast on Odyssey, Alexa, Apple, and Spotify. Thanks for being with us on all those platforms. We appreciate you. Remember to like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. This hour of the show always brought to you by the great folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, champyschchicken.com. Highway 119, as we said, open for lunch and dinner. Great to-go work there. If you want to grab some of that, watch the doubleheader on Saturday and Sunday of the NFL. Maybe you wanted to watch a little Bama basketball tonight at 7:30 on the SEC Network. Either way, Sterling and his crew with that great Southern fried chicken, Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales, and a lot more. champyschchicken.com. Had one viewer who made it by for the first time yesterday. He said he's heard us talking about it so much. I'd love to get his review by there. He swung by there yesterday, sent us a picture of the menu as he's getting ready to order. So, Jerry, thanks for swinging by there. Jerry Patterson by there yesterday. Thank you for doing that, Jerry. All right, here we go now. Jim Harbaugh is back, according to Santa Ono. Staying is the word he used at Michigan. He's informed Ward Manuel that he is staying and that they'll be working out a new contract very soon.
I wish Santa Ono would just embrace the whole thing and like start every release with a ho, ho, ho. Jim Harbaugh is coming back to Michigan.
No, Harbaugh's still on the nice list. Yeah. He was on the naughty list if he leaves.
Ho, ho, ho. The University of Michigan would like to announce a new donation.
Here is the release from Santa. there is he just got off the phone with Coach Harbaugh.
How about that?
And Jim shared with me the great news that he is going to remain as the head coach of the Michigan Wolverines. That is fantastic news that I have communicated now to our athletic director, Warren Manuel.
Does anything jump out at you?
Go Blue. Well, it's not Jim Harbaugh talking to the athletic director. He's talking to the school president.
I thought that was kind of weird. Like he didn't give Ward Manuel a heads up, hey, I'm about to call Santa and tell him I'm staying.
Every picture, every press conference should be him on his lap.
I'm about
just crying.
I'm about to call Santa and tell him I'm staying.
Yeah,
I wanted to give you a heads up so you're not blindsided by it.
Yeah, it does, as Tripp points out, it does seem like Santa Yoko Ono is coming between Jim and his AD.
I saw that statement yesterday. I thought that is so weird that the school president would say, I'm about to call the athletic director and give him a heads up. Our football coach is staying. I mean, like you would think the athletic director would know before the school president.
I mean, the AD's just over there doing nothing. Just oh crap! Our football coach is staying.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's what Santa says. Hey,
Yeah.
Santa.
He's calling up Todd Monken. Todd, sorry, buddy, you got to stay at Georgia.
I mean, I did.
Harbaugh surprised us. He's staying.
Yeah,
the president Santa told us.
I don't want to read too much into it, but I did think that was weird that he worded it that way.
Do we believe that's it? That he really is staying?
I think that shows you he probably shopped himself around to the NFL and didn't get the feedback he wanted.
That's where I was eventually going to go. I don't know how. Do we think there's real interest from NFL teams in Jim Harbaugh?
Well, I mean, let's do this exercise. If you any of the NFL openings, you're picking between Sean Payton or Jim Harbaugh. Who you pick?
Oh, it's Sean Payton every time.
Easy.
But there's more openings than there are Sean Paytons.
That is correct. There are more openings than Sean Payton's. If you were picking between Jim Harbaugh and Dan Quinn right now, which one would you pick?
Well, you're high on Dan Quinn.
He's had a phenomenal season. You wouldn't disagree. And let's don't forget, Scott will remember this as an Atlanta Falcons fan. He took them to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I know they blew the biggest Super Bowl lead of all time, but do you know the only way you can blow a Super Bowl lead
is to have a Super Bowl lead.
Is to have a Super Bowl lead.
But
and they
now,
were 28-3 on the Patriots.
But now after, I don't want to go. Who was the guy that said what? It was Feinbaum, who, not very smart, said, what has Nick Saban done without Kirby Smart?
Well, Paul was wrong about that.
He was, but what did Dan Quinn do without Kyle Shanahan? Shanahan's proved that he's a pretty darn good coach.
You're absolutely right. I mean, it was different after Shanahan.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan was not the same guy. Julio Jones was not the same guy.
Let's just play. He's both an Auburn and a Falcons fan. Let's turn on Forrester's microphone in the back row.
A lot of pain in Scott's life. He's a
Okay.
Falcons and an Auburn fan.
Take your journalistic hat that Rada gave you. Take it off. Just straight fan here. 2010 College Football National Championship. More Gene Chizik or Gus Malzahn?
That was definitely more Gus Malzahn.
Okay.
So really more Cam Newton, right?
Super Bowl run. Super Bowl run for the Falcons. More Dan Quinn or Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, it was Kyle Shanahan.
It was. I don't disagree with that.
Okay,
I don't disagree with that. But let's not pretend like Jim Harbaugh didn't have guys around him that made him better too. Right?
I had my great legal line ready to go if he'd given the wrong answer on either one of those.
What was he going to say? What are you going to say?
Rockstar permission to treat him as hostile.
I will.
Thank you, Scott. But I don't disagree with that. Kyle Shanahan has proven to be a very good offensive coach. I mean, he has shown that on his own at San Francisco. There's zero. I mean, he's got Brock Purdy a game away from playing for the NFC Championship game. Not a lot of coaches I don't think are going to be able to pull that one off. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
But so you would go Jim Harbaugh in front of Dan Quinn if you were. I mean, be the Panthers.
No, but it's very close.
Or the Colts.
To me.
Okay.
It's very close to me.
I'm not saying
Both
it's a blow,
teams
yeah.
got to the Super Bowl and probably should have won their games. I mean, I think Jim Harbaugh should have beat John Harbaugh back in the day. Lights went out in New Orleans. And
Weird day.
I think they blew a lead, not as big of a lead. And I feel like the 49ers probably let one get away that day, and I feel like definitely the Falcons let one get away.
Yeah, there was some sort of conspiracy theory, like gambling-wise, about the lights going off in that game or something, wasn't there? I can't remember the exact conspiracy
Break the
theory.
momentum.
Yeah, there was some sort of conspiracy theory. I listened to a podcast, and people are going to say, what was the podcast name? And I'm not going to remember the name. I'll try to find it. Do you remember in the this is such a convoluted story, but do you remember when Cal Ripken was going after the all-time games list and they had the power outage in Baltimore? And there was always the conspiracy theory that Cal Ripken walked in on his wife with who was the player?
I don't think we need to name the name, but it was any other player.
It was another major league
wasn't
player.
Lenny Dykstra, was it?
No, it was not Lenny Dykstra. But I think they have denied this over the years. But supposedly,
was that left-handed relief pitcher Mitch Williams?
No, I don't think it was Wild Thing.
This is why you don't name names.
Oh, it's Kevin Costner. That's who it was.
It was Kevin Costner.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can name names. It was Kevin Costner. Yeah, thank you very much, Tripp. Kevin Costner. So the story goes, Rockstar, that Cal Ripken Jr. is headed to the park. He's headed to Camden Yards. He gets like 10, 15 minutes in the trip, realizes he's forgotten something, goes back home and walks in on his wife and Kevin Costner. Now, I think Kevin Costner was already at the house. There was like an existing friendship. This wasn't like out of the blue.
No, go ahead and go. We'll meet you at the game. We're both getting ready.
Yeah, and so that's the story. So then Cal Ripken and Kevin Costner have a row, as they say overseas. They get in a fight, and it makes Ripken late or something, and he's bloodied and beat up, and he can't play the game because he's got like blood. His face is all cut up or whatever.
Baloney. There's no way Kevin Costner got one hit on him.
So they fake a power outage at Camden Yards so they don't have to play the game. No. But there was, in fact, a power outage. But the conspiracy theory is it was faked that night because that was the night that Costner and Cal Ripken got in a fight.
And Ripken
was going to miss the game.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. There's a whole podcast. It's a 4 or 5 part podcast where these two guys investigate it. And
now, if you tell me that Rip was along with Kevin Costner and he's the one that beat the crap out of Ripken, and then I would understand that from the Yellowstone series. All right, so that's Harbaugh. Do we think he's done with the NFL? He's going to re-sign, get a new contract,
I think
and
if
everything?
he signs this deal, he's finished for it. I think if you don't get on this coaching cycle, this is about as high as his stock is ever going to be in college football.
This hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken. I got a couple of Georgia things for you here,
All right?
One of them, Georgia wide receiver Dominic Blaylock in the portal. Jermaine Burton's coming back to Alabama, right? After his departure, Blaylock's departure, he hasn't done enough to attract your interest, right? Dominic Blaylock. What's the landing spot for Dominic Blaylock?
Boy, I don't know, Dunaway.
You don't see him at an Alabama or Tennessee or an LSU
and I just wonder, don't you, how cautious Nick Saban's going to be in the portal as bad as he got burned in the portal this year? Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, he's very picky. Picky.
It doesn't exactly get my attention, though.
Yeah. The story that gets my attention, though, is 15-year-old Micah Dubose.
Is this Mike's? Is there any relation
do
to
not
Mike?
think he's any relation to Mike Dubose. But
right.
Micah Dubose, who is a 15-year-old down at Viger High School in Mobile, Alabama.
All right. He's 15.
15. Made his commitment yesterday to the Georgia Bulldogs.
Wow, at 15. Good for him.
At age 15. Micah.
He must be a player.
It's a 2025 class, Brown.
Okay.
We have the next class will be the 2024 class.
Right.
So
he's got to wait a minute.
This is not the next class. This is the class after the next one.
Okay.
Not the one we just signed.
All right.
Like we barely just signed the other one. Right.
Technically, there's one more signing day in the 23 class.
Yeah, we still have one more in the 2020. So we're not even done with the 2023s. Obviously, everybody's already recruiting the 2024s. This is for the 2025s.
Right.
He's 15. He's also the 4th Georgia Bulldog commitment in the 2025 class.
If you're Kirby, you're selling, I'm going to be around here, unlike Nick Saban. I'm going to be around here for you to play for.
He's stacking.
And you think this program's going anywhere? Look at our last 2 years. Where are we going? If you want to come play for the best program in America, you come to Georgia. That's what Kirby's selling.
And they have another commitment in that class who is also a 10th grader, a defensive lineman. I can't read my Justice somebody. I can't read my last writing. Justice Terry, something like that. He got on the first offer train when he was an 8th grader because of his weight room display and his body type. So 4 guys in the 2025s
I know.
for the Georgia Bulldogs. So
I don't know.
How many do they have in 2024 already? Can you pull that up on 24/7?
Sure.
Because I just want to know, how far ahead they are in recruiting.
I'm going to assume they're leading the 2025 standings right now. What do you think?
Yeah, with 4. I don't know how many people have 4 in the 2025s already.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's from Viger. That's technically an Alabama school, right?
It's not technically. It absolutely is an Alabama school. Georgia has 8 commits in the 2024 class. One of those is a 5-star, 6 4-stars, and they are ranked number 1 right now.
Well, you got it open. How many does Alabama have in 2024?
24, they've got 5 commits, same 1 5-star, 4 4-stars. So Alabama and Georgia, fewer commits for Alabama, but they're tracking along the same. Alabama is 5th. In 2025, oddly, Georgia is number 1 with 4 commitments, 1 5-star, 2 4-stars. Alabama is number 3 with 1 commitment, and he is a 5-star. Would you like to guess who is number 2 with 1 5-star commitment for 2025? It's off the radar, but if you think hard enough. Georgia's 1, Alabama's 3, Michigan is 4. They're the only ones ranked because they're the only ones having any commitments. This other school has a 5-star commitment. So right now for 2025, they're ranked number 2, Colorado.
Yeah, how about
and
that?
Deion Sanders.
Bobby has answered the question about Tennessee basketball tonight. Is it enough to make him ill again after being cured of the gambling bug by the Bills over the weekend? I'll give you that answer right after Brownie tells us about our friends right there with MyBookie.
Oh, MyBookie.
Yeah,
MyBookie.ag.
you know MyBookie.
I do know MyBookie very well, Dunaway.
That's how you set up a gambling tweet.
Yeah.
Is MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. I'm sure Bobby's already jumped on board, but you can as well because any deposit of $50 or more, and you qualify for a cash bonus. Here's the thing. Now, a lot of people do this cash bonus, but what a lot of people also do is make you bet it 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, even up to 10 times before it actually becomes yours. It's just like in a holding account. If you ever get to that 10th bet, maybe it becomes yours. Not MyBookie.ag. The very first time you bet it, it's yours forever. No strings attached. That's it. MyBookie.ag, code next round. NFL playoffs this weekend, college hoops tonight. Dunaway's found some games he likes. NBA, UFC, weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code next round to get that deposit bonus.
Bobby says, Jim, Tennessee minus 5.5 at Mississippi State tonight after Mississippi State went 0 of 18 shooting threes against Auburn. Might have gotten me back into sports betting until you landmined it. For now, it's back to my new hobby, collecting stamps. Meanwhile, Wicked Roller says, yep, Bobby, I love that Tennessee side until Jim liked it so much. Now, not so much. Tennessee minus 5.5 seems like the easiest money you'd ever make.
Vegas routinely gets these wrong.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and write this down, okay?
All right, what are we writing down?
Tennessee minus 5.5. It's my lock of the day. Let's just see how it plays out, right?
All right, so everybody watch tonight.
My lock of the day, Tennessee minus 5.5.
Lock of the day, Tennessee minus 5.5. I was probably not going to pay much attention to this game tonight, but I am now oddly interested in how this thing turns out. So if you want to watch Dunaway's lock of the day, Tennessee minus 5.5 is on ESPN2, 6 o'clock. ESPN2, 6 o'clock from the hump.
Trip says, good luck betting road favorites in college basketball. I do hear it'll send you to an early grave.
Yeah, I think you got to have a pretty strong constitution. Though, did you know last night, if I am not mistaken, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pull it up because I looked at this last night.
I'm with you.
As it was happening. You know what happened?
I'm not going anywhere.
You know you're not going anywhere?
Yep.
Last night's Dallas and Tampa Bay game, do you know what the total was in that game?
I do not know what the total was.
The total in last night's game went off at 45.5. What is 31 plus 14?
That, my friend, is 44.
That would be 45.
45, yes.
31 plus 14. So you missed the
I thought you
total.
said 13. Okay.
You missed a total by half a point. What else did you miss?
A lot of extra points.
3 extra points. Can you imagine missing a total by 3 extra points?
Crap.
And it really, all you had to do is hit one of them, just one of those extra points.
Freaking extra points.
31-14.
Yeah, that's why you should stay ill, Bobby.
I mean, man, that is a tough way to lose one right there.
Speaking of tough way to lose, there's a reason why I had a ceiling of how much I could own of this company. A part of it's the landmine. They didn't want me to landmine the company here.
That's true.
The other is I'm not really good with money. I can, as my wife says, man, you can piss away money very quickly.
It's actually fun to do.
That's a good saying.
Yeah,
like your wife.
Like I can go to the grocery.
Sweetheart.
Like I go to the grocery store. She usually buys groceries, but I like going to the grocery store. So sometimes I buy groceries. We can buy the same thing. Mine are usually $30, $40 more expensive. You know why?
Because you piss away money.
Because I never buy off brands, and I never once look at those little things they have on everything. Like if you buy 2 of these, you get 1 free. So she'll buy 2 and get 1 free. I will just buy not that brand, the same thing, 3 of the same thing sitting next to it, which ends up being $7 more or $8 more.
You're a poor shopper.
Yeah. So I don't shop for value at all. But I don't think if I was making $25 million to be a goalie in hockey that I would have this headline written about me. Vegas Golden Knights goaltender Robin Lehner and his wife have filed for bankruptcy in Nevada, citing up to a $50 million in debts to dozens of creditors. $50 million in debt.
That is steep now.
Chapter 7 bankruptcy filing offers a glimpse into the couple's financial problems, including money owed to no fewer than 50 people and companies, that according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal reported. I looked through this, and I do not see anything about him getting into gambling issues. There's a couple of bad business investments.
I don't think if you were making illegal bets, though he is in Vegas, you would list that in your bankruptcy. Yep. Could end your career in a professional sport.
Lehner's debts also include missed payments for a collection of rare snakes he purchased for $1.2 million of rare snakes back in 2017. That according to the bankruptcy filing.
So rare, in fact, he never got them right.
Sad.
He keeps the snakes at his reptile farm in Plato, Missouri. Now, he lives in Vegas. He's from Sweden, and he's got his own reptile farm in Plato, Missouri.
Yeah, I can see how you get $50 million in debt pretty quick on this.
Now, they're filing for bankruptcy, which, what does that mean when you file for bankruptcy?
Well, that means you get some forgiveness on the debts.
Michael Scott just says, I declare bankruptcy, and it's over.
I declare bankruptcy.
It's like he's playing Monopoly.
I don't think that's how it works, Michael.
But so they get to be forgiven for some of their debts, right?
Yeah, I mean, you ruin your credit. Some of the debts are reduced or forgiven, and some other people end up holding the bag because they made, they lent money to somebody that was untrustworthy.
Right. So somebody doesn't get their money, right?
No, I mean, or not all of it at least. Yeah.
Right now, he and his wife Danya estimate that their assets are worth up to $10 million.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess if you owe 50 and you're worth 10, you're upside down. Yes,
that is true. Not as
that
upside down
$10 million has to be going to somebody, right? They can't keep that $10 million,
I think
right?
it will. Yeah, you don't get to keep everything. Like at some point, the court or the bank is going to take over the reptile farm and have to sell that. We got a good reptile farm for you in Missouri.
We got some rare ass snakes too.
Yeah, who was your old boy that used to go to your elementary school and bring the snakes?
Oh, Mr. Yarborough, the snake man up in Northeast Alabama. He was the best, easily the best assembly of the year.
Does he ever? Would he ever shop discount snakes?
Oh, I don't know. He had a python. You got to go. You got to volunteer to be one of the ones that holds the python. But the best part of the show was the king cobra. That was the two best parts were the rattlesnake because he had hammered the box with his little hook, and the rattlesnake would get pissed, and everybody would go crazy. No, he didn't do that, but the cobra would stand up and he would poke it, but to make it turn its flaps out.
That is
it's the official term.
All the girls would squeal when he did it too.
And me if I'd have been there.
And then he would always do the thing like he's holding the snake up and he accidentally drops it, and the girls just scatter that are sitting on the basketball floor.
I hate snakes.
Yeah.
I hate them.
No, that was the best assembly of the year. He packed out all the gyms in Northeast Alabama, man.
So you guys tell me, if you're 31 years old and you sign a 5-year, $25 million contract in 2020, anybody else think they can make it to the end of time?
On 5 years, 25?
A 5-year deal, $25 million.
I think I probably could handle
over
that.
5 years, somebody's giving you $25 million. Does anybody else think in the game of life here, you can make it to where you're not going bankrupt?
I would not have a reptile farm. I think I can say that, yes.
Yeah.
Do other people know you have it?
What, the $25 million?
Yeah.
I don't think it matters, Rockstar. I'm not good at saying no, but I can say no to people. It's going to make me go bankrupt
I just
at
want
25 million.
Grand. Just 20 grand. But you got 25 million. What's 20 grand going to do to you? Nothing.
Yeah, well,
and then you got another guy coming to you.
I'm starting a reptile farm. I need some help.
Rare.
It's going to make me bankrupt. So what it's going to do. All right, when we come back, special photo we're going to show you right before we do trash. And Dan Orlovsky coming back in at 11:45. He'll be with us as well. The show today being brought to you by our friends at Dobel Diamante Tequila. This is the best tequila that's out there right now. Ask for it by name. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. Dobel Diamante is aged in that new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color, while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Listen, if you drink tequila, Dobel Diamante Tequila, the Maestro Dobel is the best out there. Try it when next time you're drinking tequila, buying it at your liquor place. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping and mixing.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Okay, tomorrow is January 18th. The importance of that date in just 1 second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at World of Wheels. We get to get back down at Legacy Arena and all the beautiful ballrooms there at the BJCC and enjoy all the wonderful cars and other stuff with World of Wheels.
52nd annual O'Reilly World of Wheels, by the way. February 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the BJCC. You will see hot rods, race cars, antique cars, classic cars, custom imports, motorcycles, all of that there. Also, Friday night, 6 o'clock, 30-minute performance to be followed by an autograph session with the band Joe and Amanda Martin from Iron Resurrection. JJ Jimmy Walker from Good Times, Dynamite will be there. You can get your picture, get an autograph with him on Sunday. Discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts, or more info at worldofwheels.net. That is worldofwheels.net.
Oh, by the way, Lunsford over there talking crypto advice from Dunaway, 26% up Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is, the crypto has bounced back. It had done a big dip at the end of the year.
So at a 26% increase this year so far. Do you sell now or what?
No, because it's probably nowhere close to where you bought it.
Okay.
I don't know where Lunsford bought. I'm just saying,
So you got to hold your water a little bit longer.
Well, I'm probably going to need to hold your water. I mean, if you bought any time in the last calendar year, that 26% probably doesn't even have you making money yet.
Okay, so hold your water on crypto. That coming from Brown and Lunsford.
Not necessarily crypto. You just asked about Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, my bad. Bitcoin up 26%. So a little life left in that thing. Still a long way to go, say Lunsford. So hold that water a little bit. Tomorrow, January 18th, takes us back to 2010 when we all got together to do our first show, when we officially launched the Round Table back in the day. Now we've got 10 employees up here at Double Down Media. Number 10 in the employees is little Taylor Corn from Auburn, Alabama.
Little TK.
Auburn University grad. She graduated Auburn last May. She pointed out after we made that announcement that back on January 18th, 2010, we all did our first show together. So Taylor's mom, great Next Round listener, has sent us 10-year-old Taylor's picture. There's 10-year-old Taylor. Look at that. That's a great picture.
That's a big old fish behind Taylor. Where is she? Is that the Atlanta Aquarium?
Did they have the Atlanta Aquarium back then?
Yeah, I mean, that's only 13 years ago, though.
Did they have fish back then?
Yeah. That is a big old fish. Look at little Taylor, little T.
Now, she oversold me. She was making it sound like the picture was going to have, like, these huge buck teeth.
No, she's I tell you what, I mean, she favors my youngest daughter a little bit.
Cute as a button.
Yeah.
Cute as a button,
Absolutely.
little Taylor.
Look at little T and that big old fish.
Now I'm worried because did you do the other thing? Because okay, good. We didn't do the other thing.
Which is what?
Well, I told him. I said she was like worried that she had big buck teeth when she was 10, and that this picture was going to be embarrassing. So I had Scott ready to go to put up that next quick. Rabbit next to it or Bugs Bunny or something, but I was glad we did.
Quick.
I'm glad we didn't do it because
I am too, Jim.
Because she's cute as a button.
Of course she is. Can you believe though that we didn't have the foresight to have a photo of our first show or anything like that? Like, I mean, we had audio archives at one point, but for some reason, Cumulus Media wanted to keep those.
Sadly,
we'll never figure that one out, but whatever.
Sadly, the first photo I think I have of us as a show that I still have of my 7,000 pictures on my phone is the four of us and that girl from that outdated, it's no longer a business, was right on 280. It was, we go to it in Atlanta now. Tilted Kilt.
No, we don't go to Tilted Kilt in Atlanta. We go to Twin Peaks.
We go to Twin Peaks. It was Tilted Kilt.
Where everybody's laughing.
Yeah, everybody's laughing, and LT's just staring right between the peaks.
I hate that photo.
Right on the pit logo.
Yeah, I hate that photo.
Why do you hate it?
I don't like that photo.
Yeah, it's because back then you were not in the great shape you're in now.
I don't like that photo. I'm just telling you, I don't like the photo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
I just want to be.
All right. Oh, by the way, that fish was in the Bahamas.
Yeah, can't hide it.
Yep. You can't hide the money from Taylor.
Can't hide it.
Trash time, and then Dan Orlovsky. Trash is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I understand. Hey, Mortgage Right does bring you trash. Surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home. Mortgage Right has a program that can lift that burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, a temporary interest rate buy down may be just what you need. What is a temporary interest rate buy down? That's where Mortgage Right comes in. MortgageRight.com/TNR. They'll answer those questions for you. 205-815-9200, 205-815-9200, in MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. This is possibly the worst day you could have if you're an Amazon driver. Amazon delivery
Today's
driver.
the worst day
No,
ever?
no. The day I'm about to describe to you.
Oh, no, so not January 17th.
Not January 17th of 2023, but this could happen at any day. Oh, we've got video of the old boy.
I'm not going to do the audio, but he just, for some reason, he was making a delivery and the ground collapsed beneath him and he fell into a septic tank.
A septic tank done away.
Oh, no.
Yeah, how bad is that? So is this the video from the septic tank?
Yeah, but just he does a pan. I'm not going to turn the audio on, but you don't really need it. But just when he does the pan, it's a...
Oh, no.
And you can't climb out. Like, how do you climb out of that? It's too deep.
And the smell.
Yeah.
No,
and the package is probably somewhere down there in the bottom. You're just like, hey, you lost your package.
Yeah.
He seems pretty happy. He doesn't say that.
I mean, he's not as upset as I'd be.
By the way, if you stay there long enough, There's going to be an addition coming out of that tube pretty soon.
Yeah. At least you know somebody's at home.
Yep.
Video's now got 6.7 million views, 6.70001 after we just
Okay, but see, I'm that guy, Rockstar, that believes this is set up, that he really didn't fall into that hole.
But what do you get? I mean, like if I have a
Amazon, you get 6.7 million views.
Yeah.
For what?
I don't know. What would we do for 6.7 million views on something?
Well, yeah, but we're able to monetize that. I don't know if this boy is.
Yeah.
Like, you don't just get 6.7 million
But
views
you
and
also
make money
have
on
no idea that will blow up. That could
Yeah,
not.
but does it not look like he has something up to his knee, like other than
it's
poop?
human. Yeah,
Yeah, it looks like he's got waders on or something.
I don't know.
Like he's prepared for it.
Oof, that's rough there.
Yeah.
I just think that's a little bit of a congeal.
Yeah, I mean, I do know. More than half of the things I see on the internet, I feel like they're staged.
Well, Charles said Amazon sent another driver out to take 50 packages from him, and that gave him time to go home, change, shower before heading out to complete his deliveries. I mean, listen, I'm not going to finish my shift. I mean, you know, it's on Amazon right there. I just fell in a sewage tank trying to finish my deliveries
You
there.
also got to get back in their car. With
Yeah,
your riches like that.
We're done for the day if I fall in a septic
I'm going to
tank.
go ahead and tell you, I am not getting back in my truck with my clothes on.
He also claims the city sent the fire department, police, an ambulance, and a helicopter to remedy his issue.
He didn't film that either, so Dunaway may be on to something.
I mean, that is a good point. We don't have film of the rescue.
I mean, if I'm getting pulled out by a helicopter, I'm at least going to roll on that, right?
Why do you need a helicopter?
Well, you never know. I mean, how are you going to get a guy out of a 6-foot hole full of...
Yeah, and then you've got that 911. Chopper 3, we're going to need you over for a shitty situation over on Belvedere Avenue.
Roger that. By the way, is it possible a condo that has original 1970s decor would be move-in ready? Original now, 1970s
So a
decor.
1970s condo? And it's move-in ready?
This eye-popping pad in Miami, as it's described here. I'll be the judge of that. Do we have photos, Rockstar? We got pictures of this one. $529,999.
Well, that is eye-popping.
That is a hard pass for me. That is ugly. So I'm paying $500,000 for that.
I think I would do it, Brown. Look at that view out that window.
Oh, it's
tiny
fantastic.
window. It's like a submarine
I
window.
mean, really, I feel like I'm in a cruise ship from the 70s.
It looks like the champagne room somewhere, though.
Oh, it gets better than
The home is filled with disco-era design, ready for its next owner, who may very well want to preserve the home's groovy flamingo-hued motif. That is an ugly bedroom.
But if I'm living in Miami...
And it's got a step up. You see the step up?
Carpet
Yeah,
everywhere.
I do. How many times in the middle of the night when I go and pee, come back and we'll hit my toe on that?
You got to close the curtains, too, to separate you from the other part of the bedroom.
Yes, from the sitting room.
It is showtime.
What color are you thinking?
Let's draw the curtain, sweetie.
And then we got a really good bathroom, I believe.
Oh, we got a bathroom in this, too?
Oh, my.
That is a disorienting
Lord.
bathroom.
I do feel like I'm underwater.
They have kept that place clean, though, for 1970s. I'll give them that.
Is that shag carpet on the floor down there?
That is. Nothing's better than a bathroom with carpet.
Have you ever been in a bathroom with actual with carpet?
Yes, I do
Yes.
not. It was a
Who does
70s
that?
thing. I just don't understand it.
Like in the actual room where you go
Yes.
Yeah.
do everything, they've got
Yeah.
carpet. Do you know how filthy that carpet ends up being?
Had to be. Just with, little boys missing the toilet.
Septic tank, Moy.
Oof. First, it was disposable cameras. Then it was low-rise jeans. Now Gen Z's latest vintage obsession is...
I see it on the screen.
The flip phone. That's the old Razor right there. Lance was a big fan of the
Lance
Razor.
was obsessed.
I was too. That was my first cell phone, was the Razor.
You know, I had a very small, like for a minute, the big thing on cell phones was getting them as small as possible.
That's
You
right.
remember that?
That's right.
You know, now I think the thing is big as possible. I don't know where we
Because
are
it's
now.
a computer now.
Yeah.
Like I literally watch some games on this.
Yeah.
When I'm traveling on the road at something I don't want to be at.
I had
That's awesome.
I had one of those real tiny flip phones. I mean, when it flipped down, it would fit in the palm of my hand.
Humble brag.
I don't know. It's a humble brag about that.
Big hands.
Was it
Big
a
hands.
pilot?
You know what they say about big hands?
What do they say?
Big gloves. But I never had a Razor, but I did. I remember you having the Razor, and I remember Lance having the Razor, and I always thought that was a cool looking phone. Well, today, guess what? They're back, my friend. And you can buy them for as little as $20 for now. Let them get too popular and see how much you buy them for.
By the way, the original texting on that was
You don't like the predictive
Oh,
text?
A, B, 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 B,
B, C,
C, C,
C, C, C, question mark, no exclamation point, parentheses, question mark.
All right. I got the first letter. Do you remember the first person that ever showed you how to text? It's so weird. I remember who introduced me to texting.
I'm not sure anybody needed to show me.
So you were born with the innate ability to text?
No, just one. I'm not sure I was the first person ever to get a phone, but I don't remember anybody teaching me how to text.
Yeah.
I think I just trial and errored it, right?
So you just knew it existed? I mean, somebody had to show you, Dunaway.
Well, I mean, I think I'd seen other people maybe in movies
that's my
or in
point.
TV.
Yeah. The first person I ever saw send a text, and he showed me how to do it, was Chris Stewart, the voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Isn't that weird that I remember that? But I remember the first text I sent. I was like, well, this is a game changer.
The roll, okay, got an R-O-L-L,
Well,
okay.
so mercy.
Tight. No, not tight. Tide.
Yeah, I got to start all over.
It may have been that girl from Twister that was on the show Mad About You.
Helen Hunt.
Helen Hunt. Maybe the first text I ever saw.
So these phones are showing up on TikTok videos of young people unboxing them, then bedazzling their cases just as earlier generations did, and filming their tutorials, achieving a carefree, blurry aesthetic through the camera. Blurry because it's a low-quality camera.
Yeah.
Like all the cell phones now, it's all about how good the camera is, right? These are crap cameras.
I do remember the pictures that would come in. They were never good quality.
Yeah, it looked like the camera was fogged up. Camelia Cabello, the singer, says, I am Team Flip Phone Revolution. So she is using a vintage flip phone.
Well, I mean, if you're just going to, I mean, they worked fine if you were just going to call.
Well, I'll tell you what, yeah, absolutely. Texting's the crap. And I never call on my phone.
I guarantee they're two phone people. I have my iPhone and I have my prop little Razor phone.
Well, the other problem there is that's probably not Bluetooth capable either, so I can't connect it in my car, can't play music on it, all those things. Hey, but I hope they buy them because that's just going to lower the price of the ones I want because I'm not buying that one again.
I love them.
Go get one, man. You could be like Camelia Cabello. This is an interesting story here about this couple. I don't know how to say their last name, Klaric. I think Sana and Adnan Klaric. They're from Bosnia, Jim. And they had some marital troubles, so they were both secretly chatting and having online affairs on one another. Yeah.
Yeah. So they had a
online chat for them, but basically an emotional affair.
Emotional
is probably what you would
affair,
call this, yes. The husband and wife, though, found out something very surprising. They were having an emotional affair with each other.
Oh, wow.
How
This
about
is the
that?
Pina Colada song.
Under assumed fake names. Their fake names were, by the way, Sweetie and Prince of Joy. Both poured their hearts out about their marital problems, and in time they realized they were perfect for each other, and they wanted to finally meet in person.
This is Pina Colada song.
But when they met in person, it wasn't a happy ending, each accusing the other of being unfaithful, and now they have filed for divorce,
Oh,
unfortunately.
wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe you told me this.
Santa told the newspaper, I thought I found the love of my life. The way this Prince of Joy spoke to me, the things he wrote, the tenderness in every expression was something I'd never had in my marriage. Well,
technically you do.
I know. That's,
Just do a
that's
better
what's
job,
so weird about this.
Just
Yeah.
do a better job of pulling it out.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. They're getting divorced. I hate
Yeah,
that.
that's sad.
Yeah. And finally, Canadian accountant Carly Beasy was fired for being unproductive at her job. That's not uncommon, right?
I promise you I'm going to get the 2016 taxes out soon.
Yep. The reason she was fired, though, is something that is new to many employers, time tracking software.
Oh, no.
Yep. It's in Canada's courts now, has ruled that her company, or she owes her former company $2,756. The software installed on her laptop said she misrepresented more than 50 hours at work because they were tracking her time and her place. And they say, you owe your company money now. I think that's a little bit over the top there.
Early internet days when the fantasy baseball was hot for the first time at ESPN.com or somewhere like that, Yahoo, I forget who the first one that was do it. The TV station I worked for blocked the ability to do fantasy football.
And a lot of places have like gambling sites blocked, even if you're like somewhere and you want to just get a point spread. If you're on their Wi-Fi, it's blocked.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Thank you to Mortgage Right for being with us so much. And also by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. You see the colors right there, many flavors. When you need the energy to get going, zero sugar every day, it's our friends at Ghost. From the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, when we come back, Dan Orlovsky talks a little NFL football with us. That's next, right here on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl. Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
All right, Dan Orlovsky in just a second talking NFL football. If you missed it last night, easy win for the Dallas Cowboys over my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tough end of the season. We'll see what Dan thinks about these final 8 teams. A great-looking Saturday and Sunday coming up, Brownie.
Absolutely. Let's talk to him now from ESPN. He's joining us each week throughout the playoffs, courtesy of mybookie.ag. Code Next Round when you go there to get that cash deposit bonus at mybookie.ag. What is up, Dan? How are you today?
Fantastic. How are you guys?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I guess we can work backwards. I know you spent a lot of time down in Tampa yesterday. I come away from that game. There's a lot of talk about Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, all that. I was blown away by Dan Quinn and that defensive performance. It seemed like a masterpiece out of the veteran defensive coordinator for the Cowboys.
Yeah, Dan was really smart. I think one of the things that we talked about a lot yesterday was, the Cowboys really had to protect the corner that was playing opposite Trevon Diggs. And they hadn't done that over the past couple of weeks. And you watch the game and Tampa Bay offensively is just so bad. And then you watch the game on tape-wise this morning, and the two things that stood out were, number one, on first and second down, I think Dan played single high safety, meaning like easy access to the corner one time. So he protected them with rolling a safety over or giving him help. And then I thought the really unique thing was he put Micah Parsons as an inside linebacker on second down a bunch. And he treated second down the way you see defensive coordinators treat third down. That's when Dan got crazy creative with some of their pressures and blitzes, knowing, listen, if we win second down, Tampa's so bad on offense, they have no shot versus us on third down. And protected the back end on early downs, and then really on second down allowed Micah to be super creative off the ball.
I think it's part of the NFL Bill of Rights that we have to ask you about Tom Brady's future at this point. So we'll get this out of the way on the front end. After him looking very old last night, that whole Tampa Bay team looked like it had been aged a lot since 2020. What do you think's next for Brady, for the Buccaneers, and for that roster with Evans and Devin White and some really good parts?
Yeah, I'll touch Tampa first. I think it's very difficult to realistically watch what happened with Tampa this year and then watch that game last night and not think we got to tear it all down and rebuild. They're bad. And that was one of the worst coached games on both sides of the ball I've seen in a long time. As basic and vanilla as you can be on defense, the offense has been bad. They looked unprepared, no adjustments. It was bad. So I think you really got to sit there and go, we got to tear it all down and rebuild. I think for Tom, realistically, my thought about Tom is pretty similar to my thoughts about Aaron. I grew up in the era kind of mesmerizing these guys. I played against Aaron. I played against Tom. I don't really care what their next decision is. We're in the NFL right now where it's Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. I'm ready for the new wave. And if those guys choose to play, great. And if they choose to move on, great. And they're two of the greatest ever.
Dan Orlovsky is with us, ESPN. He joins us throughout the playoffs, courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND when you go to MyBookie.ag. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As a lifelong Dolphins fan, I had no pretense that we'd even be in that game Sunday against Buffalo. Yeah. But if I'm a Buffalo fan, I come out of that, and Josh Allen was completely out of character for a lot of that game. How alarmed are you at the way he was careless with the football in that game against Miami?
Yeah, he's been careless. Careless, reckless, overly aggressive, too playmaking driven for the majority of the season. Josh's 32 takeaways giveaways this year. That's a lot, and I think the reality is that's who Josh has been. That's what makes Josh great. The concern is because of the injuries that have happened specifically on the defensive side of Buffalo, Josh can't be that with this team. They need a little bit reined in Josh Allen. They're because of the Vaughn injury, because of the injuries in their secondary, that defense isn't nearly as good as what it has been in the past. And if you give that defense, if you give the ball to the offense 2 or 3 times, that Buffalo defense right now, 2 things. They can't get to the quarterback unless they blitz Milano or Edmonds, and they can't cover in zone. They're pretty good in man right now, but they can't cover in zone. So I think Josh, and I love Josh, but you got to have a conversation with him of, and I always say this, you want him to live on the edge of playmaking, but we can't be in unnecessary moments overly aggressive with the football. We're not good enough to cover up with those mistakes. So, yeah, you're concerned if you're a Buffalo fan for sure.
Cincinnati and Buffalo, they got 9 minutes of that tape before the tragic scene on the field with DeMar back in the day. And by the way, your open prayer on live television was such a touching moment. So really admired you doing that, you and Laura and Marcus there. Do either one of you, does either team learn anything from that 9 minutes of football there? Any tape that maybe is an advantage coming to this game, or is that a wash?
It's a wash. And I think Cincinnati's really the team that is relatively different than the team that we saw 2 weeks ago, mainly because the 2 offensive line injuries. I mean, their starting right guard and starting left tackle are very much so up in question. That would be 3 out of 5 offensive linemen starting wise that could be out for that game again. And that's a big issue. And I know everyone says, well, Joe Burrow led Cincinnati to the Super Bowl last year with an awful offensive line. I think the thing that people need to understand is, yes, that happened. 1, this offensive line is worse right now than it was last year. And 2, teams defensively play them very differently right now than they did last year. So I don't think you take a ton away from those games. Both teams are going to have a pretty good feel of how they want to attack the other team. It's going to be like who can cover up those mistakes or who can cover up those flaws roster-wise right now that'll have the best chance to win.
Dan Orlovsky with us for a few more moments, courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. As I look at San Francisco, I keep waiting on Brock Purdy to have that game, Dan. He's just going to have that game where he looks like Mr. Irrelevant and a third-team NFL quarterback, and he doesn't have that game. A lot of credit obviously goes to Kyle Shanahan. But, I mean, you got to think over the next couple of weeks, Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey are going to, and that defense under D'Amico Ryans are going to have to bail him out at some point, right?
Well, I don't think so. No, I think this. I think there's two things about this offense. One, I have no idea, and we're actually going to do a huge segment on NFL Live about this today. So I have no idea how to handle what we call 21 personnel for the 49ers. That when we say 21, that's 2 backs on the field, 1 tight end. The reason I say that is this: they can line up in 21 personnel and be in so many different formations and groupings. McCaffrey plays receiver at times. Deebo plays tailbacks at times. Juszczyk plays fullback at times. Then he plays, the reason why I want to have this conversation on TV today is like, I don't know the answer. And I think it's fascinating for fans to sit there and go, because people need to understand, like when you call 21, you got 10 seconds to get a play call on the field if you're a defensive coordinator. And that Brock Purdy's job, Kyle values the number one quality for a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan wants is you got to think fast. Kyle's going to build the plays, man, and he's going to get dudes open. He just doesn't know if the first, second, third, or fourth guy is going to be the guy. And Purdy does that really well. That's why people tied Mac Jones to San Francisco 2 years ago in the draft. So because of the people that they have, if they stay healthy, Kyle and the kid's strength, the thing that he does best is think quickly. It's perfectly matched for him to play well. Their defense is phenomenal. I think you have one shot versus them. You have to hit big plays over the top because they're so aggressive. If you can, you can get them a little bit. If you can't block them.
I'm dying to know your thoughts on Trevor Lawrence as a guy who played the position. How do you flush 4 interceptions in one half and then have the second half that he had? I mean, that the whole team, obviously, but for him personally to still be able to throw the ball after every throw seemed like it was going to the wrong team in the first half.
You have a coach that believes in you, and you have a coach that doesn't hesitate to go back to, hey, I'm putting the ball in your hands again. He threw 4 interceptions, like you said, in the first half. The very next play on 3 of those 4 is a pass play. And it's not a little dump off stat. Let's go. And Trevor was aggressive on all 3 of those. So I think it's really Doug Peterson kind of infusing, hey, man, like we cannot go change that. Let's go forward and be aggressive. We have no shot unless you are. And that's easy to say, really, really hard to do. I think once he really did that for Trevor, you saw a lot of freedom from Trevor and fearlessness out of him as well.
All right, I'm looking forward to that breakdown because you're right, man. You get Samuel and Christian McCaffrey on the field at the same time with those formations. It's fantastic. It's art. It's art to watch, and I don't even know what I'm talking about, man, and I love watching it. So you can see that on NFL Live with Dan and the gang today, and Dan is with us throughout the playoffs. We were very excited about that, Dan. Thank you for the time. Look forward to it each week.
I appreciate you guys. Have a great day. We'll talk soon.
All right, buddy. Take care. We'll see you next week. Dan Orlovsky with us. Courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code next round, MyBookie.ag, code next round, and you get that deposit bonus. When you go there, you get to use it right away. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Any deposit of $50 or more gets you that bonus. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Also, the show brought to you by our friends at Champies this hour all the time. Sean Payton's tour of franchises started yesterday. He was in Houston on Monday. He admits that it'll take at least a first-round draft pick to get his services, but he is willing. He's got an interview scheduled at Carolina and Denver this week, maybe at Arizona. We'll see if the Chargers end up. Maybe even Tampa Bay has a job opening. You hear him talk about just bad coaching. Todd Bowles, very vanilla, no adjustments. Byron Leftwich, a step back this year as an offensive coordinator. I don't know if you were a good offensive coordinator one year or not the next, but 66 passes is not what anybody dreams up for Tom Brady.
Don't you think, though, that Brandon Staley making staff moves is indicative of the fact he's keeping his job? I mean, if you're Chargers brass, do you let him start firing guys if you know you're going to fire him?
No.
Yeah, because, Sean Payton may come in and say, who I like is that Joe Lombardi guy. He's a really good offensive coordinator. I like some of the stuff he's doing with Justin Herbert.
Need to hire him back. He's going to cost us money.
He's already taken a job with the Bears or something like that,
Yeah, probably keeping his job. I mean, they were a playoff team for the first time in a while.
But, it was a bad finish.
Yeah, bad couple of weeks for him there. But we'll see about Todd Bowles. I mean, I missed Bruce Arians. You know, you understand why Bruce Arians went into the Tampa Ring of Circle by winning that 2020 Super Bowl. And with Tom Brady, yes, but this year with Tom Brady, never throwing the ball down the field, really conservative on not going forward on fourth down, just against all the trends there in the NFL these days. All right, when we come back, love Dan Orlovsky there. When we come back, we'll jump back into what's happening tonight in basketball for the Tide. What's going on with Auburn and UAB? Auburn on the road tomorrow at LSU. UAB loses again last night. But several college football things that we'll get to coming up. All right here, as I said, this hour brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go check everything out online, champyschicken.com. It is a destination place for lunch. If you're in the area or want to make the short drive to Alabaster, Highway 119, go see Sterling and tell him we said hi.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Yeah, I'm going to need you in the chat room. Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, with the question I'm about to ask. I'm going to go ahead and give you the question, and then you guys start thinking and throwing them out in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and then Brown's going to tell us about our friends at Wayne's. But here's the question. What is the college football job you don't want in 2023? The college football job you don't want in 2023. and I'm not just talking head coaching, okay? I've got an answer, and I want to see if any of you come up with it.
So if I say Kansas head coach.
Well, I mean, you can do that if you want, but not necessarily head coach.
Okay.
But it can be head coaches.
The college job I do not want.
The college football job you don't want in 2023. All right? Our friends at Wayne's brings us this show. Can you think and tell us about Wayne's?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm not doing my show over in the chat room today. That was yesterday. 866
Mondays and Wednesdays.
Mondays and Wednesdays on that one. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. 866-WAYNES is the number 1. Listen, Envirolawn is super, super important. Here's why. You want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer, right? You may think you only have to worry about that in spring and summer. You would think incorrectly. It starts in the winter. You need to make sure you're getting the proper pre-emergence and nutrients in your soil and root system right now as we speak. Wayne's does that for you with Envirolawn, and right now we're going to save the first month. We'll pay the first month for you. You use code TNR at checkout, and you get a month free. So that's going to be 12 months for the price of 11. When you call 866-WAYNES-1, code TNR, 866-WAYNES and the number 1, code TNR for Envirolawn.
Okay, you're going to have to pull up the Vulcan Tire and Auto chat room.
Going too fast for you?
It is flying
All right,
through
here we
over
go.
there. But I'm going to give you my answer first to tell you where I'm going.
All right.
And then, but some of you guys have sort of nailed you haven't got to mine yet, but some of you are nailing what the vein I'm going in. For me, I don't want to be a defensive coordinator in any Pac-12 school next year.
You're going to face a lot of good quarterbacks. That's your problem,
because those quarterbacks that are coming back, wow.
Yeah.
And I'm doing it with Pac-12 defensive talent. You know what I mean?
That's right,
I've got the kind of talent you got at USC, and Oregon seems to be the closest thing to SEC defenses that you get defensive talent
because of Dan Lanning.
Because of Dan Lanning, but look what they did against Georgia, last year to start the season. So I don't want to be a DC in the Pac-12 next year, having to place with my weapons go against those quarterbacks that you have out there. So that's what got me thinking about this. But some of you have had a really good roll of ones that I think are worth discussion here.
Corey says Auburn head coach. I think he's probably just taking a shot there. Actually, that can only go up. I mean, really, it's going to be hard to get much worse than what Brian Harsin was perceived. So Hugh Freeze is set up for success there.
And has done, without coaching a game, has done a really good job so far by reworking that roster. Back to what I asked Hoke, there was a discussion in our golf outing with my Auburn friends about just how many new people would be on. And I had said, I think I have it wasn't a stake bet, but I think I discussed with LT in that 40.5 was the over-under we had said on how many people were back from last year's roster, and that I took under. And we were doing the numbers trying to figure out how close that is going to be. And we figured out we think it's going to be around between 38 and 42 guys back off of last year's scholarship roster, 85 scholarship players, and maybe only 38 to 40 of those guys are back on the roster next year.
That's an incredible number.
You got to flip it around. What are some others?
Bama Fan 1972. Anybody having to keep up with the portal? Paul says the same thing. Any assistant monitoring the portal. It's got to be a nightmare. I agree.
It's a full-time job.
Yeah, Sal Sinceri is the guy in Tuscaloosa who at least I think heads it up. I'm sure there's a million people in Tuscaloosa that are monitoring the portal, but I think Sal's probably the guy that's like, all right, this guy would work for us. This guy probably wants takes them to Saban or whoever and says,
there's a fleet of people who are actually keeping up with names and then founding the tape and stuff, and then Sinceri.
Let's look at this guy.
Is one of the guys that has to sit down and watch the tape and say, okay, he's a football player.
Yeah, this guy can play for us.
This guy, a librarian.
Yeah. Dustin says Bama defensive coordinator. Again, I disagree. I think you're set up to improve it if you're the Bama defensive coordinator. There's been so much criticism of Pete Golding that if it is Jim Leonard or Glenn Schumann or Jeremy Pruitt or whoever it is, I think any minor improvement is going to seem like major improvement.
But I understand what you're saying. But what is realistic improvement for Alabama's defense?
I think they averaged 18 a game this year.
Right.
I mean, if you cut that to 15 a game, I mean, that's 3 points a game. That's a significant improvement, obviously. But, I mean, you would look like a hero, I think.
But it still comes down to what you do in the biggest games.
That's right. It's really not points per game. You're absolutely right. It's not having a game like you did against Tennessee or Texas A&M.
That's right. It's what you do in the biggest games.
Not Texas A&M, LSU. Tennessee or LSU or Texas A&M a year ago.
And Dustin says he goes back. It's because it's one of those jobs where it's only blame and no credit. Because you brought this up a couple of times that if the defense is good, Nick Saban, man's got that defense going good.
That's
if it's
a Nick
bad,
Saban defense,
it's a defensive coordinator.
Daniel says Miami offensive coordinator. You got Van Dyke back, but that was a bad offense this year.
It was.
And I think Josh Gaddis kept his job. Josh Gaddis is still there. So the guy that was bad last year is going to get a chance to be bad again this year.
Yeah, but if something happened between Tyler Van Dyke the year before and then
Correct.
Tyler Van Dyke with Josh Gaddis.
Chris says Texas A&M athletic director. He may have to break up a fight on the sidelines at some point.
I mean, at some point, do you need a bouncer on the sidelines or wherever Bobby Petrino and Jimbo Fisher gathers?
Yeah.
I did see where, they're trying really hard to make it look like we're really great friends. We've been friends a long time, so we'll see how that works once it goes, if it goes south at all.
Brian says TCU offensive coordinator. I think that may be the best answer so far. I don't know if that's the one you had in mind, but
no. I did the Pac-12 DC, but yes.
Yeah, but Garrett Riley is going to be a tough act to follow. You're going to lose Max Duggan.
That's right. So as soon as you lose your first game next year, you're going to be like, wouldn't have done that with Garrett here.
Yeah. I mean, I think Garrett, even without Duggan, could have called that. So, you everything just is going to reset. It's not going to be the magical year you had the year before, and you're going to be the one that probably wears that. And it's going to make it even worse if Garrett Riley goes to Clemson and kills it at Clemson.
Yeah. Mr. B, I'm going to call BS here. They couldn't pay me enough to be a college head coach nowadays, not with what they have to put up with. Yeah, they could. They could pay you enough. I mean, if I'm making $10 million a year,
I would hate that lifestyle.
Oh, I've got so many people working under me. I'd
not for long. You wouldn't. You wouldn't be making that $10 million. You wouldn't keep up with Nick Saban and Kirby Smart.
There are houses on Lake Martin.
You'd get the buyout.
Yeah,
you'd be like me. You'd run into. I saw Brian Harsin at Disney when I was at Disney, and he looked like the weight of the world was off his shoulders.
Yeah,
Brian Harsin was walking around Epcot, and it looked like a man that felt wonderful.
Yeah. I think we've learned that they can pay you enough money to play golf with Saudis. Yeah. They can pay you enough money to do a lot of things.
Good point. Josh says any coordinator or position coach job under Lane Kiffin. That would be Pete Golding and Charlie Weiss Jr.
So why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, that's what he said. I don't know.
I know. I'm trying to guess why he thinks that.
I don't know if Lane. I don't know what he's like to work for.
Yeah. Charles, well, I mean, just from stories we've got from former players when he was in Alabama,
he may not be easy to play for.
It's got to be hard to work for him because he doesn't seem like he's very organized.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't know that he was great to play for. So.
Like you don't have to all be like Nick Saban, but I really believe that somewhere he has got the times and dates and what we're going to do in every practice for the 15 practices coming up in the spring, the summer workouts, football practices coming up in the fall. I in my heart of hearts, I believe there's already a notebook or a file on a computer that's already got those dates, those times, what we're doing in those practices already laid out.
LT Gray says, I want Bill Hancock's job. Just what does he do besides update his office with a new photo every January? If you don't know who Bill Hancock is, he's the executive director of the College Football Playoff. But in that role, he doesn't make executive decisions. All the college commissioners.
That's right.
The Greg Sinkeys of the world make those decisions, the big ones for him.
He's just the guy that has to go out there.
It's an incredible job.
Yeah.
I wonder what he makes.
I don't know, but it seems like the job to have.
I would agree completely. I really, honest to goodness, do not know what he does on a day-to-day.
The job I don't want is the guy that's got to go on with Reese and them on Tuesday night or Wednesday, whenever it is.
The head of the committee?
Yeah, and have to explain to us why we voted these teams, especially this year, because it's the last of the 4. And everybody's going to be ready for the 12.
Yeah, that's right. And the other part about that too is if you think through this, is that on a Tuesday night or a Monday night?
Tuesday night.
And they finish all their work, and that guy's got to stay in town because it's always wherever the selection is. I think
right.
He's got to stay in town an extra day just to do that interview.
Yeah,
and it's like a 5-minute interview. You can't say anything. You end up tying yourself up in a knot with the way you answer the questions. And nobody ever just comes on that interview and says, hey, I'll tell you what, y'all got that 4 exactly right. Congratulations. We really don't even talk about this. I don't know what I'd ask you because y'all nailed it.
Dirty Def says Bill Hancock's net worth is $15 million.
Well, I mean, sign me right up. I really don't know what the guy does except go to football games. Zach says the UMass head coach. That would be a bad job. I was looking, though, at their schedule since Zach said that. They play at Auburn, but it's not a back-breaking schedule. The only two big names they play are at Auburn and at Penn State.
They don't even play a rivalry game with Boston College?
They do not play Boston College, Jim. UMass, the closest game I can find that they play is UConn. UMass and UConn, the Battle of the U's.
Yep.
That is in Amherst this year. So, that game in Amherst always crazier than it is when it's played at Hartford. So that's where they had the kicks. Kick sections at Amherst.
Crazy train. By the way, I went home. I got beaten so bad in Madden yesterday. I went home to try to play a game against a computer.
How'd that go?
And I set it on all Madden, and I tried a 52-yard field goal.
Good.
No lie here. 52-yard field goal, just a little short. And I was playing San Francisco, and they had some return guy that took it to the house.
Debo Samuel.
Yeah,
Debo
took it to the house.
Christopher McCaffrey back.
Mahar as your kicker.
Yeah. And so literally, as I couldn't stop him, I was like, well, they're not going to keep him off the field tonight, are they?
Patrick says Kentucky's quarterback, huge shoes to fill.
I saw a mock today. I meant to bring this up, and we'll get more of those in just a second. But I meant to bring this up. Who is Dane Brugler? Can you?
Dane Brugler is I believe Fox Sports is who he has worked for in the past.
Pull up his
draft
account.
Analyst. We've almost had him on the show before.
He's that's a new list. Almost on the show.
Well, he was supposed to come on one day, then he had to cancel, and I just never rescheduled him.
Dane Brugler. He has a new. Get ready, Forrester. He has a new mock draft out. Bryce Young to the Colts. Colts trade with the Bears. Bears trade down to 4. Bryce Young to the Colts, who moved up to number 1. Number 2 to Houston, Will Levis, ahead of C.J. Stroud, who he had going 5th.
I just don't see him, man.
He had Will Anderson 3rd. So he had Bryce Young, Will Levis, Will Anderson in the back-to-back Wills, then Jalen Carter, and then C.J. Stroud.
So, but he had him. He's with The Athletic now, by the way. I apologize to him. Husband, father, amateur barbecue pitmaster. So I like this guy. So he had him going to who now? He had Will
number
Levis
2 to Houston, Will Levis.
That'd be a very Houston pick.
Haven't the Houston football fans suffered enough?
That would be a very Houston pick right there.
Yep. Hopefully not our buddy D'Amico Ryans.
Dane Brugler, yes. At Dane Brugler, I believe is his Twitter handle. If you want to go read that, you have to pay for it because it's on The Athletic. At DP Brugler. DP Brugler. He is an NFL draft analyst.
Yes.
Let's see here. Charles says, USC defensive coordinator, every loss is your fault.
Yep, it is.
I kind of like that, yeah.
That's why I went back. That was mine to start off, but I did all Pac-12 because of the quarterbacks that'll be there. But in USC's case, Lincoln scoring 50 and you lose 51-50. It does come down on you.
Greg from Pell City, unless they find a really good one, the quarterback at Alabama is going to be a tough job next year.
Boy, you talk about, listen.
Tough shoes to fill.
Yeah. TJ and whoever it ends up being, but you start looking at the streak of quarterbacks they've had there, and a Ty Simpson.
Well, but then part of it you would say, are they going to miss? They haven't missed in a while.
Right. So, but if it's Ty Simpson, he's going to walk in and be, Bryce Young, Mac Jones, Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah,
Jalen Hurts.
I can't tell you the last starter Alabama has missed on. Now, you had the weird game where you started Cooper Bateman instead of Jake Coker.
Right.
And technically, you started Blake Barnett instead of Jalen Hurts. But those were guys that didn't even play a full game in those spots. Since A.J. McCarron, you've gone Blake Sims, who at the time set the school single-season passing record. I don't know if people remember Blake Sims in that light. Jake Coker, who once Lane Kiffin finally gave up on Cooper Bateman and let Coker be the starter, you won a national championship with the guy. Jalen Hurts, once you finally started him in that USC game, he was really good, but Nick Saban was probably too loyal to Hurts to a fault, and you finally went to Tua Tagovailoa, and it has been, since then, next-level quarterback play at Alabama.
Royal Payne asked another good Cowan Equipment poll question. Taylor, if you want to send it out. Which is a better job, athletic director at a big school or conference commissioner? Let's go SEC, great SEC school athletic director or SEC commissioner, better job? It's going to be a personal choice. Both of them seem to be really good jobs.
If I'm Greg Sankey, I'm having to deal with the problems and the successes of 14 different institutions. If I'm Greg Byrne, let's use him, I've got problems and I got successes, but it's at least my people, right? If I'm Sankey and I'm just going to say Texas A&M, hires an offensive coordinator, and he and the coach get in a fist fight. I had nothing to do with that hiring, but it's going to end up coming across my desk at some point.
Everything's my problem.
Everything becomes my problem, and I don't necessarily – and if you hire Bob Petrino and win the national championship, nobody says, hey, Greg Sankey did a great job giving Arkansas or Texas A&M the liberty to hire Bob Petrino. So in a lot of ways, by and large, now Sankey, he's kind of viewed a hero is probably a strong word, but he saved college football back in 2020. So a lot of people love Sankey for that. But rarely do you get those situations where everybody likes your decisions.
A couple of more of those over there in just a second. But first, tell us about our friends at Bromberg's. And don't forget, if you're popping the question this year, asking the big question, will you marry me is the big question.
No, Jim, I will not.
Then Bromberg's is the place to get the diamond. Rockstar, would you marry me?
Can you give me a day or a week just to mull it over? Hopefully,
that's always a no at that point.
No, family, okay, if you don't want to marry me. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry timepieces and gifts. They've got an extensive giftware department as well to serve as the registries of brides and grooms, the Birmingham area. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and at the Summit, and always online, brombergs.com.
This is a very AM 690 topic that I threw out here.
The one we just did?
The one we're wrapping up right now.
What made it AM 690?
I don't know. That was just some of the stuff we used to do on the AM 690 days.
Interesting.
Yeah, where you'd be like, God, man, that ended up flooding the chat room, flooding the phone lines, whatever.
Okay.
Nice job, Jim.
Great job, Jim.
Really enjoy working with you.
That's what he was digging for. Great job, Jim.
Goose says, would you rather be a hamburger or a hot dog? Jeff from Anniston, probably.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know because you got better toppings.
But you can put anything on a hot dog.
That's what I'm saying. You can put cheese whiz on it. If you
I mean,
want
hot dog. I think you can put more things on a hot dog than you can on a hamburger.
That's right.
What would Jeff would say? I don't know if I'd want to go around with a tomato on me.
Yeah, that's just me. But real quick, 16 games.
Make the picks. Any more over there in the chat room you wanted to get out? Or is that
Riley says SEC official is way less pressure. He knows the SEC is going to be successful, unlike the school athletic administrator. There is that side, too.
Yeah.
It's like, the AD's tied to his football coach. Greg Sankey's not really tied to one specific person. Like the SEC's always, they're going to have successful teams. So he knows that in every sport, really, every major sport. Now, it may not be the same team every time, but if you're Greg Byrne and you hire the guy after Nick Saban and the guy tanks it, that's going to be on you a little bit.
100%. 100%. All right. When we come back, I think one guy's a little off the reservation.
Really?
Yeah. Is that even proper to say anymore? Off the reservation?
Yeah, on our show.
It is not, says Tyler.
Show, it's fine.
Yes.
Come on,
okay.
yes, we're good.
Grid?
I think there is someone who
I don't want to upset the grids.
A little, he's gone a little, you know what I'm saying. I got one guy coming up.
His eggs are scrambled, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. He's lost contact with reality. How about this?
Yeah.
All right.
Is he in 4 downs?
Nope, 4 downs later on,
Did you do a celebrity birthday in 4 downs?
I did not. Maybe. I haven't done 4 downs yet.
Okay, I got a good celebrity birthday for you. Can I do the celebrity birthday? Can I do 4th down?
You can do all downs if you'd like.
Okay, I'll do 4 downs. I never do 4 downs. I'll do it.
Okay, I've got
Can
one.
We do that
I got one to help you. Yeah, we're not doing it next segment. Next
segment,
segment, it's the guy who is not off the reservation because that would be inappropriate.
Yes.
It is going to be the guy who's
very much on the reservation.
Just maybe
kind of wandered off.
Maybe not connecting. Maybe not all the stuff connecting anymore because he just didn't seem to be dealing in reality after an NFL loss this week. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. That Lance will send out a lock a little bit later on today. At the Lance Taylor's, where you find that free lock daily at the Lance Taylor, and he sends them out. He's been on fire. I don't know about this week, but he's been on fire all of last week. You can get that play at the Lance Taylor on Twitter, and it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. When something's not running right, draining right, or flowing right, or flushing right, our friends at Hemp Hill can fix it. It happens with plumbing, with cooling, with heating. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Adam and Chad has built Hemp Hill Services into a great American company, and they will help you with your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Remember yesterday I told you big basketball recruit, maybe the best scoring guard in the recruiting class in basketball, Ian Jackson, was making his announcement. And 24/7 had it 100. This is why I don't go 100%, by the way.
Ever?
Had it 100% crystal ball Kentucky.
Oops.
I mentioned, I said, let's watch, because Kentucky all of a sudden doesn't look like Kentucky it's been. Maybe this guy goes somewhere else.
Where'd he go?
He didn't go to Kentucky, Brown. He went to North Carolina.
It's a pretty good school there.
North Carolina is where he went. And another guy back on the weekend, I think it was Sunday, where Kentucky and Auburn was in the mix. And a lot of people thought this guy was going to Kentucky too. Another part of that great recruiting class that was going to be coming in. 6'10" Ace Bailey. He didn't pick Kentucky or Auburn.
Oh, my gosh.
He picked Rutgers.
And he plays what sport?
Basketball.
Okay. I mean, not that the sport mattered. I guess better basketball than football. But Rutgers over Auburn and Kentucky? Is that what you're telling me?
Ian Jackson to North Carolina over Kentucky. And Ace Bailey to Rutgers over Kentucky and Auburn. Big surprise there in basketball recruiting. Some talented little people there. Alabama on the road tonight at Vandy. Alabama an 8-point favorite, 7:30 on the SEC Network, Crimson Tide Sports Network, with Chris Stewart and Brian Pasick. For a second, I was thinking about driving up to that game.
Are you serious?
For just a second. And still could be convinced if anybody wanted to go with me. I was going to look at the secondary market for some tickets.
Oh, I can't. I don't want to.
I have always wanted to go to a game there.
I have been.
Have you never been?
I've been to Kentucky Vanderbilt there a couple of times when I worked in Kentucky.
And how was it?
Oh, it was good. I was working though.
So you just want to go when you're?
Yeah, I want to go sit in the.
He wants to paint his chest.
I want to sit row 1 right behind Nate.
Oh,
in the bench.
Well, I don't think they have those there, right?
Yeah, it's on the end. It's in the end line though. Oh. But I just wanted to sit back there
just so you can be on TV a lot.
Well, that's where they put the Alabama,
people?
the big travel boosters, the people that know the team, know the coaches.
I'm looking. Let's see. We'll do 2 tickets. You want to do 2 tickets?
2 tickets. They got to be really good though. I'm not going to the Nashville for bad seats.
The upper baseline's $30 a ticket.
That's not bad at all.
Let me find. You want to sit
right behind the bench.
Right behind the bench?
Yeah, at the end zone.
Visitor bench. That's going to be section F, $180 a piece.
See, there's a reason why.
Row 4. You might be on TV there.
What, row 4, 180. I can yell at Nate there. Good job, Nate.
Oh, guys, Dunaway said I did well there.
Yeah. Well, keep running that one, guys.
Dunaway said it was good.
Rockstar's Beer Menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. 800-735-2787. 800-735-2787. DanielMooreArt.com. DanielMooreArt.com.
On the Peacock Network, you got Amber, the girl behind the alert. A lot of people didn't know that it's an actual girl.
Are you serious? The Amber Alert? I thought it was the color.
I did know it was a girl.
It's Amber Hagerman's mother details her daughter's shocking murder and shares the chilling documentary footage that captures the 9-year-old's final days. Amber's legacy is an alert system that has saved over 1,000 children. So everyone thought it was a color.
I did too, but can I just say, I always thought amber is not a serious enough color for a missing child.
Yeah, but it was named after a girl. I remember
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was the color amber, and I'm like,
correct.
So it's a weird color for a missing child. That should be like a red alert or a purple alert or something. Amber's just kind of a.
It's just an interesting name. So whoever came up with it. And then also 7 p.m. on NBC tonight, the reboot that nobody has asked for premieres tonight.
Night Court.
John Larroquette's back for a paycheck, though.
Finally got John Larroquette to come back from all his duty. But the girl from Big Bang Theory, the one that has the high voice, she's the judge.
She's very funny, though.
Yeah, Melissa Rauch or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't watch network television anymore, but this one.
Oh, are you going to try this?
I used to love Night Court.
Well, you're going to be in Nashville.
I thought about it for a minute.
Behind Coach O, but he's going to be somewhere he doesn't want to be, so he's watching it on his phone. Am I wrong? First of all, Markie Post passed away, right?
Yes, I think so.
But am I wrong? Like
the female that was on Night Court?
In her day, though, hot,
yes.
right?
Markie Post was hot. She was very Night Court hot.
Yeah, she did have the Davy Crockett hairdo, though.
Oh, she did, but that was somewhat stylish back then.
Yeah, will you pull her up? Night Court version, not later on.
Yeah, let's go Night Court version of Markie Post. I remember as a kid, 2 things. My parents would not let me watch Night Court, so it must have had adult humor.
How come?
Well, it must have had adult humor. I mean, it must have had some sort of humor they didn't want me to have. Jim,
what a strict home.
What year was this?
I don't know.
What year was Night Court?
Like 87, probably 86.
87. I was like 9 or 10 years old. I mean, it's probably humor I didn't need to hear at 9 or 10.
You were Taylor's age.
I was probably hearing in many other places.
That's it. You should, the left one. Back up 2 rows to the left.
Yeah, right there.
No,
there you go.
One more.
Oh,
one more. Up one more. Right there.
Yeah. Ooh,
that was
gosh, I didn't remember
hairdo.
I didn't remember the hair being that. How do I describe that?
It's Davy Crockett, man. That's a mullet.
Yeah.
It's like what's his name? Joe Dirt.
Looks like Rod Stewart.
You know, I remember maybe I was just a kid and having things happen to me I wasn't prepared for at that point in my life,
right.
but I remember a little more out of Markie Post. I got to be honest.
Somewhere
God rest her soul.
Somewhere between the jaw and the belt buckles, what you started to notice on this show.
Was that
Brandon.
it? Okay, yeah.
That's where.
Go right there, Rockstar. No, that's very 80s. Very 80s.
That picture right there is a total eclipse of the heart.
That's glamour shots.
Your total eclipse of the heart was fantastic. Okay. Well, there you go. There's Markie Post. She had very 80s hair, Markie Post did.
Yeah.
That's a very nice looking.
Right there. It looks like early on I'm going to spend, what was that? 2 B's? Thank you. I'll spend those on Vanna White.
Vanna White, yeah. I can see some Vanna White.
It's a
Markie
cute
Post.
necklace, too. It's just a bunch of shit. She's got
I found a bunch of stuff in my drawer.
She's got Connect 4 earrings.
The 80s, man. It was a style.
Different world back then.
It was a style. All right. That is what Rockstar is watching, being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. DanielMooreArt.com, DanielMooreArt.com. Okay, here's the guy that I'm not sure is in touch with reality. This is back post-game on Saturday night down in Jacksonville.
We never talked about this incident, but it was a game-changing incident.
Yeah, well, we mentioned it because it set up the 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
So you brought it up. You said Joey Bosa's penalty could have
but
been the
I
biggest
don't
play
guess
in the
we
game.
went into depth on whether or not he deserved the penalty.
Well, we didn't play his post-game soundbite, but we're about to now because I don't think he's in touch with reality. He's a multi-million-dollar athlete, and listen to what he thinks goes on with these referees.
To be more accountable for my actions, obviously, but it's
Wait, stop
it's a heated game.
Not the voice anybody thought was going to come out of him, right?
It's like he's low registered.
It's under witness protection, and we forgot to blur his face.
Somebody tried to draw Lionel Messi from memory.
The nose is always bigger than you think it's going to be. All right, here we go. It's like Lance down at the floor.
I know. I was approached by the authorities.
And I'm hurting out there. I'm playing on half a leg. I'm getting dragged to the ground, whatever.
Okay, hold on. Stop.
Could you cry anymore?
No. I mean, my goodness. Give me that again, Rockstar. The half a leg thing.
Okay.
I am playing on half a leg. I mean, freaking the Bosas. The Bosas are a plague on football.
But it's a heated game, and I'm hurting out there. I'm playing on half a leg. I'm getting dragged to the ground, whatever could hurt me, along with screwing our team. And maybe some of them weren't as blatant as I thought, but I don't know. It's I think there just needs to be more accountability on. If I say something to them, I get a $40,000 fine. But if they blow a call that ruins an entire team's season, they're probably back in the locker room after the game, like, got that. Oh yeah, got him. 15 yards, what a loser. I guarantee it. That's what they're talking like in the back. Whatever, power trip. I'm sick of those people, and I'm just about my third F-bomb so far. Sorry, but, man, oof.
Oh, my gosh. I mean,
I would like to see the ref locker room when they're giving high fives and stuff.
Guys, I got Joey Bosa. Did y'all see that?
I get 3 points in our fantasy league.
I mean, that is, you want to talk about the epitome of belly aching for a team that was +5 in turnovers and couldn't close out a 27-0 lead in the postseason. That is the ultimate of crying. I mean, it's just a crybaby.
Did you at one point hear me say anything about officiating last night?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Now, you did in the office before the game.
Well, I mentioned that if I was, some fan bases, I would have given you still photo shots of handful of who were playing, a handful of Cowboys, of handful of Buccaneer jerseys last night, because I thought they were holding us to hell and back on every play, controlling our big defensive linemen. But I'm not going to come here and cry about it. That's part of the game. It's part of the game. Be better.
Yeah, that was, and I don't know that it needed.
Use the good leg God gave you, Joey.
I don't know that it needed to be a 15-yard penalty. Do you? I mean, he slammed his helmet down. He was
by rule, he was on the playing field.
But, I mean, he is a step from the sidelines.
Yeah, by rule, though. Somebody else got that. May have been one of my guys.
No, I remember, what game was it? The guy in the end zone that took his helmet off and cost his team. It was the Falcons game.
It was the Falcons game. Yeah, that was it.
It's Falcons-Panthers.
Yeah, it was by rule.
Yeah, the guy took his helmet off in the field of play. It moved the extra point back. They missed the extra point. The game went to overtime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, I mean, I understand that the rule is there, but it literally decided the game because once you had the ball on the one, the two-point conversion was obvious by Doug Peterson because you've got a 6'6" quarterback. Literally, all he's got to do is take the snap and reach the ball over the head of his center, and it's a two-point conversion.
Yeah. So,
and you know what? On that play, too, that's why it was such a genius play. Worst case, it gets swatted away and they run it back for 2 points. Chance, if that's like a first and goal and you lose the ball the way the Bengals did, that is a devastating play. 2-point conversion, not a huge risk.
Not a huge play. And to Joey Bosa, in your point about it, he was almost on the sidelines. But you know why he stopped and threw it down right there?
So he could be seen.
So he could show up the officials.
That's right. No, you're right.
Which is why he should have been flagged. Yeah. You go and do it on the sidelines, you're just Tom Brady throwing a smart device at that point.
Right. Forrester's right. It was DJ Moore that took his helmet off after he scored, and it cost his team an extra point and sent the game to overtime.
You have lost touch with reality, though, if you think the officials are back there saying, oh, I got Joey Bosa.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he gets fined for that again, right?
Those
He's already talking about he gets fined $40,000.
Those men and women are out there trying to do the best they can too, and they screw up all the time.
Now, could we have some public accountability for them? Maybe more. Sure. I don't think that's the worst idea in the world, but to think that whoever the head official was in that game is back there slapping 5 because he penalized Joey Bosa 15 yards.
Right. And it's not like they're conference affiliated either. You know? It's not like, it's the NFC South officials calling this game.
That's right. We're getting job.
The SEC against the Big Ten or anything like that.
That was Bush League. It was crybaby.
Why do I not like any of the Bosas? Because they're always on half a leg?
I don't know.
They seem to always be hurt.
They may cry too much for you.
I mean, they are really good when they're on the field, but my goodness. Chaz says, speaking of half a leg, how about the Cowboys kicker? Yeah. I mean, at one point, did you see somebody walked over to him and said, hey, you want to kick left-footed this time? See what happens?
What if he played for Urban Meyer?
Miss it on the other side. Try to kick it into the line. Let's see when Ricochet went off the center to get it go through the uprights. Brown's got our 4 downs. We'll do that when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Man, we got to get up there. I missed the show we did at Johnson RV Center.
You did miss it. You were in Auburn.
I was down in Auburn for Auburn and Penn State. You guys were up there in a beautiful, beautiful RV. That's what you get at the JohnsonRVCenter.com. We got to get back up there soon.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, John Bosa, his father, a Miami Dolphin. You do like him, right?
I do.
Okay. Johnston RV Center right now, the Coachman Freedom Express at that Coleman store, I-65, exit 304. Great deal on those right now. That 2023 Freedom Express 192 RBS, lightweight model, new interior design, tons of storage, big refrigerator. You can own it for just $249 a month with approved credit. That is an amazing deal. See those at the Coleman store. See everything also at the Decatur store, I-65, exit 334. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Back with you on the next round. We're about to do 4 downs. It is brought to you by Vulcan Tires, 5 great locations. You can find them all over the place, including their new location over in Pell City, Alabama. This isn't just tires, even though that's a great place to get tires, right? It's right there, Vulcan Tire, but it's also Vulcan Tire and Automotive. That means anything happens, bumper to bumper, whether it's oil changes, checkups, you got engine problems, maybe you want this done or that done, you need this checked out, that checked out. They do it all. And they actually know the names of all the things, not just this and that. It's our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 5 great locations all around town. Just look up the name, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Let's do first down.
First down.
All right, I did 3 of these. Dunaway did this one. Buy or sell Wisconsin or Nebraska. Are you buying or selling, or which one do you buy more is the way you ask it for this season. Wisconsin or Nebraska, both under first-year head coaches Matt Rule at Nebraska, trying to dig it out from where Scott Frost left it. And, of course, you've got Luke Fickell at Wisconsin, not taking over near as bad a situation.
Gut feeling. In the transition of styles to be played, Nebraska, at worst, equal to Wisconsin this year. I'm gonna buy into Matt Rule year one. Long-term Wisconsin and Luke Fickell. But first year in the transition,
you like Matt Rule
at Nebraska. I'm gonna go Matt Rule.
You know, I always go schedule with you on these, right?
Right. It should be a lot alike, right?
Thursday night, Nebraska's got that Minnesota game. That's the only big, because they haven't moved Florida-Utah yet. That's the only big Thursday night game yet, Nebraska at Minnesota.
I like that.
Yep.
The Fighting Rules.
And then they go to Colorado the very next week for what will be Deion's primetime second game as the Colorado head coach. But after that, it's your normal Big Ten schedule. Wisconsin, on the other hand, if you want to look at whiskey.
Well, how many? I need to know who they play. Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan.
Okay,
Nebraska.
Give me 2 seconds.
They play all 3 of them. They play 2 of them. They play 1 of them.
Nebraska plays in conference Michigan, at Illinois, Northwestern, Purdue, at Michigan State, Maryland, at Whiskey, and Iowa. So Michigan, of the Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, they only play Michigan.
And that's at home.
And that is in Memorial Stadium there in Lincoln.
Oh, I like that a lot. I like my play a lot better now.
Wisconsin plays Buffalo at home. They're at Washington State. Not an easy trip for them, by the way. Right there. And then Georgia Southern at home. They play Ohio State. That's their only of those 3 that you ask about, and they get them at Camp Randall.
Okay. All right. So a lot of the same.
Yeah, it is. I think I might go Wisconsin. I think I may buy in Luke Fickell more year one than Matt Rule.
All right.
As much as we like Matt Rule.
Troy says Brett Bielema, Illinois, will be Big Ten in the championship game, Big Ten championship game.
Well, he was close this year, and everybody forgets they got jobbed in that Michigan game.
They did.
And could have easily knocked Michigan out of the national championship. They do play, obviously, Penn State, but they don't get Michigan or Ohio State out of the other division. Ooh. So look out.
Second down.
All right, since you like this game, more points. Tennessee tonight at Mississippi State, or the combination of Kansas City and Jacksonville on Saturday. Tennessee points tonight, and I'll give you that their team total in Vegas tonight is 64.5. The total in Kansas City, Jacksonville is 52.5. So there seems to be a big gap, but you don't like Tennessee to win this game.
Oh, I do like Tennessee to win the game. I'm giving them minus 5.5.
More points tonight. Tennessee 64.5 or Kansas City, Jacksonville.
Well, Mississippi State can't hit a 3. I'm going to take. Yeah, I'm going to take Tennessee has more points tonight. I think they score about 64.
So right on the Vegas number. Yeah, and Kansas City, Jacksonville is going to play the 52, close to it.
I think that game ends up being, when it's all said and done, 40-17. Blowout Kansas City.
I was going to say Jacksonville's going to win that big?
No, 40-17 Kansas City. So I'll still take the Tennessee Vols tonight, more points.
Third down.
More rushing yards in the NFL this weekend. Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen. I'll give you the numbers. Hurts this year has carried it 165 times for 760 yards. Allen, 124 carries for 762, so they're very close.
I think I'm going to go Josh Allen here. Really good secondary defense for Philadelphia. Escapability of Josh Allen to bail them out of some passing plays. I think Dan Orlovsky made us smarter by telling us that Buffalo is struggling covering receivers, and that in that situation, they're going to be having a hard. I thought they were playing each other the way you asked the question.
No, they're not. One's NFC, one's AFC.
Super Bowl preview. So let me think about this.
Okay, so Josh Allen playing Cincinnati, more rushing yards against the Giants, or the Eagles against the Giants.
I like the Giants secondary.
I compare these two because these are your two best running quarterbacks in the NFL, pretty much.
Yeah, I see what you're doing now. Okay.
Yeah. So it's Hurts against the Eagles.
I'm still going to go Allen,
against Cincinnati.
Though I think Hurts does have to run the ball to beat the Giants if they're going to do it. But I think Allen's got to do it as well. I'm going to go Josh Allen barely.
All right.
What about you?
4th down.
I think I would go Hurts here, actually. I think I would go Hurts. I think Allen's trying to run less. They do some design runs for him that are very effective. I think he's trying to run less right now.
4th down.
Celebrity birthdays. James Earl Jones is 92. Former First Lady Michelle Obama, 59. Better career, James Earl Jones or Michelle Obama?
He's Darth Vader. Moonlight Graham.
She was
the voice of CNN.
First Lady of the United States. Pretty big deal.
Well, so was
Nancy Reagan.
Yeah. So was Barbara Bush.
I mean, I can name literally 40, six of them?
Yeah. So.
All right. Since you didn't like that question, Rockstar, you can write 4 downs next time or answer this. Better career, James Earl Jones, Jim Carrey. He's 61 today.
Jim Carrey.
Better career, James Earl Jones, Steve Harvey. He's 66 today.
And then you miss
lunch for playing along.
Lunch for saying Steve Harvey. No,
and then you miss America is Ohio. I'm sorry, Florida.
I think I go James Earl Jones.
Is it Steve Harvey's birthday too?
66. Yeah.
Wow.
Better career. Now, this gets. I think this gets kind of altered by the way people thought about this person prior to her death. But better career, James Earl Jones or Betty White? It's her birthday today.
James Earl Jones.
I would think so too.
You got Coming to America.
That's right. He was the king.
You got a little thing called Star Wars.
Yep.
You got The Sandlot.
Yep.
You got Field of Dreams.
Do James Earl Jones again?
Luke. Wow, that's impressive.
I nailed it.
It's like you were
Darth's
there.
a smoker. He's a vapor. Luke, how you doing? Doing great. Luke, did you ever think about why butterflies have taste buds on their feet?
Ashley says, oh my God, Betty White was on a hit comedy every decade of her life.
James Earl Jones had a great career, though. And you got to look at, even like it's iconic. This is CNN, the voiceover work he did.
Correct, but would you rather be like Jim Dunaway starts getting super popular when he's 86 years old? Like, people love you, but you're 86.
Yeah, like Betty White was famous, but she became popular because she was old, basically. She was old and still alive and seemed to be in good spirits. James Earl Jones he was legit famous.
Yeah. I'll go with Betty White. I'll roll with Ashley. She sent me bourbon.
I should have gone James Earl Jones' best film. Because you can't say Star Wars. All he did was really voice over there.
And he was in a mask.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't even in the suit.
He wasn't even in the mask. He was in the voice.
Just voiceover. Wow.
Yeah. Is it Field of Dreams? You think Moonlight Graham and Field of Dreams? Or not Moonlight Graham. What was his name?
I think I can remember his name, but he
was looking for Moonlight Graham.
Looking for Moonlight Graham. Do you think it's Field of Dreams? Is that what he's most known for? Coming to America is a great film.
That's Eddie Murphy.
That's more Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, Arsenio Hall.
He was one of the Conan Bar. Oh no, he was in Don Quartermain.
Yeah, I think I would go Field of Dreams. And even though I'm not crazy about that movie as some people are, I would go Field of Dreams. Goose says James Earl Jones has already recorded his voice for some future works as well, even after he dies. How about that?
Why not? I mean, why would you not? James Earl Jones, Lion King, guys. We missed Lion King.
That's true.
More voice work. Winning Shot, I don't know what that's about.
He's been in a lot of stuff. If you're digging through his IMDb, you're going to be there a minute.
Is he in Miss Daisy, Driving Miss Daisy?
I don't know.
That was Morgan Freeman.
Well, I'm looking at his best movies, James Earl Jones' best movies, and it's listed there. Did he have a role in it?
I don't know. Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah. Muhammad Ali's birthday today, too. I mean, he's bigger than any of the ones I brought up there.
Oh, he did Driving Miss Daisy on Broadway.
Broadway, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, so there you go. That's 4 downs. Presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 5 great locations of VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Scary Movie 4.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and now
I forgot
James
about that one.
Yeah, James took some paychecks too. Now let's don't pretend
Sandlot
like
2. Never seen it.
Sandlot. Have you seen Sandlot though? The original.
I have. Yeah,
that's a good movie.
Sanka and Pete.
What?
Yeah, again now.
Santa and Pete.
Yeah, he took some roles
Is
there.
that
He
the
probably
guy
shouldn't
from
have.
Michigan, Santa?
Let's go full circle.
All right, that is Vulcan Tire and Automotive 4 Downs in our final segment. Let's do a little Alabama basketball prediction on what happens tonight in Nashville. And one more thing you need to know before you get out of here. That's next on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Final segment of the show last night, by the way, in basketball. Miami beat Syracuse. They're now 6-2 in the ACC. Clemson is unbeaten in the ACC. They play at Wake tonight, where they're an underdog. Illinois beat Minnesota last night. Illinois was 0-3. They're now 4-3. They're on a 4-game win streak because they're getting hot again. I told you about Florida Atlantic in Conference USA, unranked to ranked, and now ranked for the first time in program history on a 16-game win streak. But to all the College of Charleston people out there, all the alums, the nation's longest win streak is Charleston, 18-game win streak for them. Tonight, you got Kansas and Kansas State, 6 o'clock in that contest in Manhattan. Earlier, my bookie, we had Kansas at -2, so a really close game tonight.
Yeah, it should be a good one.
Texas at Iowa State, Tennessee, Mississippi State, Houston at Tulane, Baylor, and Texas Tech. I got a lock on Texas Tech -5.5 in Starkville against Mississippi State. We got a new Next Round gaming site on Twitter, on YouTube. You can go like, subscribe, and give a thumbs up. Next Round Gaming. On that is some video gaming, but also I guess I could throw a gambling comment on there, right?
I don't know.
Put that on the gaming site too.
Lunsford,
technically, it's gaming.
Lunsford gave a shrug of the shoulders.
Yeah,
I don't know if
why not?
Or me at a bar, that's gaming. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. Our friends at Redmond Vodka brings us that update. We'll talk more Bama basketball right after this.
Locally owned and operated by Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. The aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection, basically. Don't forget their new Vulcan Gin as well. Fastest growing distillery in Alabama, now available in Georgia, Mississippi, and soon nationwide. It is Redmond Vodka. We've got something fun coming up with Redmond Vodka and our buddy Charles, so stay tuned for that. People are laughing in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room at you thinking it was James Earl Jones inside the Darth Vader costume.
I guess he'd be a little mini, a little shorter.
He's a little thick.
Darth a little thick, yes.
Alabama in action tonight at Vandy, 7:30 SEC Network, Crimson Tide Sports Network with Chris Stewart and Brian Passink. Jared Burson sends this bit of information out, fact-checked by some basketball folks. Alabama freshman Brandon Miller is on pace for more than 650 points, 275 rebounds, and 110 three-pointers this season. The only other player in D1 history to hit all three marks in a season was Duke's Shane Battier in 2001, and in that year he won the Wooden and the Final Four most outstanding player.
So basically, the info behind that tweet says that Brandon Miller is on a pace to do only what Shane Battier has done. Aside from the Wooden Award and the Final Four and all those things, there's only one person that has done what he's on pace to do right now.
That's right. A pretty amazing mark he's at right now.
Yeah.
Now he's got to keep doing this. It's still a long way to go in the season.
But we're what, 5 games now into conference play, and he's continued on that pace. I mean, he might have had his best game at Alabama. That game against Carolina was really good, but the one he played Saturday against LSU is about as good as he's been. So he's continuing to build on those numbers.
And for Alabama, as you watch tonight, let's see if this trend continues. In out-of-conference play, they averaged 17 turnovers a game. It was 12 when I told you this stat last week in conference play. They've got that down to 11 in conference play now. So turnovers way down for this Alabama team. Mark Sears, the credit with that, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Your point guard plays a huge role in that. Alabama has protected the ball better. They are still killing the boards. I mean, they're doing a lot of things right.
Rec.sport.baseball, way back in the early days of Reddit, was a place a bunch of people gathered to talk about the sport of baseball. Really a bunch of computer programmers and math geeks.
A bunch of nerds.
Who got together way back in the beginning of Reddit to talk about baseball and how it was being mismanaged, miscoached, and everything. They had such a nice little forum going that they started a website called Baseball Prospectus.
Okay.
Baseball
I've heard of that.
Prospectus.
Yeah.
Now, that little group of geeks, as they were called by a lot of baseball people who were questioning everything they did in baseball, grew into the analytics that we now know, and it's called the SNL of baseball analytics, Saturday Night Live, because so many people leave Saturday Night Live and go on to do other things. 50 people from that website currently work in Major League Baseball front offices.
So it's just a bunch of geeks on Reddit, and now they're all working in Major League Baseball.
50 of them, and the guy who started is 57. 50 of them, 2 of them were the Atlanta Braves.
I thought you were going to tell me they sold whatever that was for like $1 billion recently or something.
They're working in making
brought
baseball.
Us the first Fast and Furious.
That's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Hopefully Lance is back with us then. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.